Hello and welcome to the third edition of the European AI Forum here in the capital of Europe in Brussels. We're so happy that you're here and that you're watching this third edition of the European AI Forum, which started a year ago in Zagreb, and what an evolution it took. But it is not so COVID related because I'm not alone here. I'm so happy that my friend and colleague, la directrice générale de Hub France IA is with me. Hello, Gaëlle Pinzon.
Hello, Daniel. I'm so glad to be here for this third edition of our forum, going to this fantastic project on regulation with the issues about the sandboxes and AI made in Europe. But tell me, we're not alone, are we?
Well, I hope there are some viewers out there, but that if we would be alone, that would be quite bad. But we're not alone in this sense that we are here alone in Brussels. I am so glad that our friends from Croatia should be here. So yeah, and they are, guys. Hello, Jan. Hello, Millie. It's so nice to see you all. So, can you hear us a little bit, or because I can't hear anything of you? This is, by the way.
I think you can hear us now. Can you hear us now?
Yes, we can hear you now. That's perfect. You know, one of the main sentences of 2020 and 2021 is, am I on mute? Can you unmute yourself? And please put the camera on. So all three components are there. But before we start with artificial intelligence, you know what I realized? The thing is, so Germany, France, Croatia, Austria, and the Netherlands, what do they have in common? They were all eliminated in the Euro Championship in soccer. So all the participant countries in the European AI Forum really suck at football, but I think we are really good in artificial intelligence. So I wanted to ask you guys, so how your year has been, and were there any interesting developments at CroAI?
Yes, absolutely. So we are always keen to work on our agenda here at CroAI. Very happy to be here. I'm very happy to see you and Gaëlle finally together live in person in one studio. Looking forward to our third edition. Looking forward to our very interesting panels. And very happy to see our families growing, right, Millie?
Absolutely. We're very excited that this time we will hear about our new members. We're very happy that we're growing and that we now have an AI Act, which the first European AI Forum talked a lot about the white paper. This time we will talk about the official proposal and what's in it. So that will be very exciting.
Yeah, we're looking forward because, Gaëlle, I think that you have with Millie the first panel, if I'm right.
Yes, indeed. We are going into the Regulation Act directly to have the outline drafted and the main issues that have already been tackled by the different communities. This will be our first panel.
Yeah, this is really interesting, and I'm really looking forward, guys, for your panel. And we have also always very interesting video statements from all over Europe. So guys in Croatia, I'm really happy that you're here. I'm really happy what we started a year ago in Zagreb all together. I'm really looking back at this nearly COVID-free time as a year ago. And I hope we will see all of each other in Ljubljana at the end of the year, but more later on that. So guys, thank you. See you soon. And I now have see you guys. And now I have the distinct pleasure, guys, that we have our first statement. And in our tradition of the European AI Forum, we are so happy that we always got members of the European Commission with us. And today, Maria Gabriel, Commissioner, and I have to read it, Commissioner for Innovation, Research, Culture, Education, and Youth will be addressing this forum.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome you to the third edition of the European AI Forum. As in previous editions, the organizers, have managed to attract a large and diverse audience, and the topics chosen are right on the spot. How can the recent AI regulation support the thriving European AI ecosystem? And what actions are needed to spur innovative and trustworthy AI solutions? Allow me to share my views on these two themes. First, on the AI regulation. We all know that artificial intelligence technologies are powerful tools with the potential to make our lives easier and provide solutions to societal challenges. Today, AI solutions offer better and cheaper healthcare, less pollution, by optimizing manufacturing and fewer road accidents. But deploying AI comes with risks. Accidents may happen due to malfunctions. Bias in systems used for hiring staff or awarding loans can perpetuate unjust practices and inequalities. And intrusions of privacy can be brought about by biometric identification technologies such as facial recognition. To ensure that the risks posed by machines taking over a specific task are balanced with the benefits, the Commission put forward a proposal for a new legislative framework for artificial intelligence. This regulation aims to create an ecosystem of trust by encouraging the adoption of AI technology within safe boundaries. I'm confident that it will provide the European market with a level playing field for companies developing and deploying AI. Clear rules create trust and encourage the competitiveness of European AI. At the same time, we'll continue our efforts to support an ecosystem of excellence in AI, encouraging investment and uptake. We have to make sure that Europe is at the cutting edge of AI development. Here is where you come in. You are the ones making this ecosystem of excellence grow, and it needs to grow. No doubt that Europe needs to maintain a leading position in academic research in AI, but it also needs to step up its efforts on startups, and it needs to ensure that the AI talent developed is retained in Europe. This brings me to the second theme. What actions are needed to spur innovative and trustworthy AI solutions? Since the launch of the pilot phase, the European Innovation Council supported numerous innovators in the field of artificial intelligence and provided 160 million euros via grants and 91 million euros through direct equity investments to AI innovative startups. The European Council is now in full speed with the EIC Accelerator Scheme constantly open for deep tech startups and SMEs. The first call opened on 8th of April, and so far we have received more than 1,600 proposals. Europe industry thrives because of talented and entrepreneurial people. People who not only dare to take on scientific and innovation challenges, but who also possess digital skills and confidence. Almost 1/3 of top-tier AI researchers in Europe work in industry, with the rest working in universities or research centers. And the most sought-after professions in the digital sector are machine learning engineers, data scientists, and algorithm developers. But to have more of these professionals, we need to invest in early digital education so that the next generation of innovators stay and thrive in Europe. I'm proud of the work we are doing with the Digital Education Action Plan. We are supporting projects exploring AI and learning analytics in education to help to predict skills shortages and respond to new trends. And we are preparing ethical guidelines on artificial intelligence and data usage in teaching and learning. At the same time, we are updating the Action Plan's Digital Competencies Framework with artificial intelligence and data-related skills. Our approach to AI is comprehensive and addresses many levels, from local to European. But we could not do it without you. This forum, which is a true stakeholder meeting place, is truly impressive. And your input feeds into our policy efforts and help us setting a long-term path. So thank you for your commitment, and I wish you a great forum.
Well. Thank you, Maria Gabriel. It is such an honor that the Commission takes part in each European AI Forum since we started. So, at the moment, we are at the last day of the Portuguese presidency, and tomorrow the Slovenian presidency will take place. So, and we are really looking forward that we will get into Ljubljana in December, and for the start of the Slovenian presidency, I am so very happy that Boštjan Koritnik, the Minister for Public Affairs, is addressing the European AI Forum.
Dear ladies, dear gentlemen, it is a great pleasure for me to address you today. Artificial intelligence is a big topic. At least last year's forum, I spoke mostly about AI in Slovenia. Today, however, I would like to say a few words about where Europe's challenges and opportunities lie in this area. AI is poised to help governments and industry achieve lofty goals. Deploying it faster has economic advantages. Our financial institutions, legal institutions, media companies, and insurance companies are all figuring out ways to use artificial intelligence to their and their customers' advantage. From fraud detection to writing news stories with natural language processing and reviewing law briefs, AI's reach is extensive. It can optimize our driving path and consequently reduce traffic emissions and fuel consumption. It can recommend us what movie to watch or what music to listen and save us time needed to serve their customers. It is allowing companies to design, produce, and deliver products and services better than ever before. It can allow doctors to diagnose and develop new treatments for illnesses more quickly. Artificial intelligence is not just improving lives. In some cases, it will save lives. It helped to develop vaccines for COVID-19 a lot. It can monitor and mitigate emissions from manufacturing plants. In law enforcement and defense, AI-enabled software is already used to identify suspected criminals or target weapons on the battlefield. AI is so intertwined in all that we do that it is hard to imagine living life without it. Therefore, AI is a central tenet for the disruptive changes of the fourth industrial revolution, a revolution that will likely challenge our ideas about what it meant to be, what it means to be a human, and just might be more transformative than any other industrial revolution we have seen yet. These changes, however, can go in a positive or negative direction, as we know from history. Whether this technology will only be used for good purposes or humanity will also use it for bad purposes does not depend on the technology itself. It depends on the people. Gun in itself is not dangerous. The person using it might or is dangerous. Therefore, it is important how we use this technology and for what purposes we develop it. Political leaders in the US and Europe are becoming increasingly alarmed by China's use of artificial intelligence to track its people. Consumer and civil rights advocates have already raised concerns about AI's potential to displace workers and threaten personal privacy. Outcomes, they warn, can have damaging consequences without the proper safeguards. Europe is beginning to address those side effects and develop sets of artificial intelligence rules that emphasize privacy and human rights. We must shape the rules that will govern the advance of technology and the norms of behavior in artificial intelligence so that they are used for the well-being of people, not to harm people. In this direction, the Commission proposed new rules and actions for excellence and trust in artificial intelligence in April. New rules and actions aim to turn Europe into the global hub for trustworthy artificial intelligence. This is the first ever legal framework on artificial intelligence, which addresses the risks of artificial intelligence and positions Europe to play a leading role globally. The new AI regulation will make sure that Europeans can trust what artificial intelligence has to offer. With this, Europe plans to push ahead with its digital sovereignty agenda, supporting its vision for ethical artificial intelligence that would offer an alternative to others' approaches to the technology. While the EU has many AI researchers, there is a general perception that innovation happens elsewhere, in the USA or China. The European Commission has addressed this concern with a white paper on AI published last year. To cut a long story short, it is important that policy measures aimed at increasing the uptake of artificial intelligence be broad enough to reach the wider SME base, but targeted enough to support frontrunners driving innovation. At this moment in time, it is important to recognize that the magnitude of the technological opportunity AI brings coincides with the moment of strategic vulnerability. Artificial intelligence will be sustainable on the long run only if it will be ethical and accessible not only to large technology firms, but also SMEs. Taking these considerations into account, it is more important than ever to engage with AI in a critical and constructive manner. Fostering a lively political discussion with the European public about such important topics that will come to define our future is one of the aims of the program of the Slovenian presidency of the Council of the EU in the second half of this year. At the end, I wish you a successful meeting and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Korytnik, for addressing us. And guys, it is, you know, we hope that COVID gets to an end because there is a real live person beside me, which is very interesting. And plus, he is a member of the European Parliament and vice chair of AIDA. So it's not an opera. So what can you tell us? What is AIDA?
Not an opera, but it's a special committee of the European Parliament, which is with the main aim of really promoting the AI agenda to think about the big questions, not only technological questions, but the questions that AI brings to Europe, to the world. And in this rapid technological changes, which are already now, but will in the future especially be really promoted and pushed by the artificial intelligence to try to find a European answer, European agenda, and to try to invest more in artificial intelligence, but also to try to have real concrete rules for regulating and addressing AI.
When I think, when we heard that the European Commission is preparing a regulation on artificial intelligence, some of the members of for the German association said, why do we have to regulate? Why the hell can we have a free-spirited, let's experiment on artificial intelligence before we start regulating? So in comparison, they always compare, then they say, well, you know, in the US, there is no regulation. We can do it there. Why do we have to regulate in Europe? What would you say to these members?
I know that question. I hear that question quite often. And to some extent, I can also really understand it and feel it. But on the other hand, I really think that if we look at AI, if we look at all the challenges, ethical, moral challenges that are already here now, but at this time we rely on artificial intelligence, whether when we look at the Google Maps weather forecast or recommendation for watching a movie. But I think that the real question will arise when we start to rely on artificial intelligence in other aspects of life. Not only personal life, but in more like a political, social, economic life as well. And I think that Europe is basically in the best position to try to strengthen this European model that is somewhere in between completely, extremely maybe individualistic societies that are oriented on the profit only on one side, and on the other side, something that we really also do not want in Europe, and these are collectivistic societies and authoritarian regimes. And unfortunately, this is not only some kind of science fiction and dystopian scenarios of the future, but this is something that we can see happening in parts of the world.
The question is that now the European Commission has a proposal out there. And I can say from our side, it was by our members who said, well, okay, regulation, but yeah, high risk. There's no general regulation on artificial intelligence. What was your first thoughts when you read the 102 pages without the annexes?
I mean, the principle is quite simple. And basically it says that the proposal is based on the risk assessment. So basically, the higher the risk for the society, for the freedoms, fundamental freedoms and rights, but also for the users in general terms, the higher are the requirements for the regulation. And I think that's something that is reasonable. In essence, this idea comes from the stakeholders, comes from the people who are like you involved in AI daily. And the idea was really to avoid sectorial bans, and this is why we have these layers of different risks. I can understand, and I think that this will be the biggest challenge in the future, also now in the negotiations on the regulation, but even further in the implementation, how to really define them, how to interpret them, and how to deal with the real life, and not only in legal text, which is also complex, but it's definitely easier than in the real life.
The question is, now we have the proposition from the European Commission, and now it goes the parliamentarian way with the subcommittees, and of course AIDA will be there for that. But what we can will there be big changes to the Commission proposal? I know it's looking into the future is always a little hard, but what would you say?
I would say that there will definitely be changes, but not something that is really major in that sense that it would really change the idea behind the text. So I would say that this is the proposal on which will be modified, definitely not only in the Parliament, but also between the member states who are also involved in this process. And I really have the feeling that it can still be improved and that it can be adjusted, that it really stands the test of the time. And that's difficult usually with the legislation, but this time with artificial intelligence, it is almost impossible. We have to say that bluntly as well.
Yeah. So there's a way. What do you think, or what is the estimate? How long it will take to have now the regulation, and that it is finalized and going to the national countries? Because when I think e-privacy took like more than 5 years. So it's not a sprint, it's a marathon in this sense, isn't it?
It is, but I hope that it won't be the same like with this example. But you know that it really takes some time, and I think that it's really better that we have it high quality text than that we really rush with it.
Yeah.
But hopefully it will be also soon.
Yeah, I can imagine that too. What do you think? It's your first term in Brussels here, but how can I say? Do you have lobbyists from every country, or also the US, knocking on your door and wanting to talk to you about the regulation? Do you see that there's a big interest in the tech world for it?
There's definitely a big interest. Something that is similar to this has been done with the GDPR, with the negotiations then, and the situation was quite similar. All the stakeholders were quite interested. I don't see this as something that is problematic. On the contrary, I think it's really good that that the industry is also included, but also that the academia and everyone who is involved in some way gives their opinion. So in a way, I see this as something completely normal, and I can understand really the high interest not only within the EU but also globally, because the idea is similarly as with the GDPR, to try to have that Brussels effect, to try to not force, but encourage corporations and the multinationals to really to try to adapt to the standards that the EU sets.
If we get a little into the nitty-gritty of the regulation proposal, what do you think will be the most discussed, most hardly thought about issue that you see at the moment, where you saw, for example, the regulation and said, no, this is not going to survive, and what do you think?
In many aspects of the regulation, I think that the most contested parts will be definitions, interpretations of some legal terms, legal standards, and these two points won't be solved, not even when we have the final text at the table. I'm quite certain about that. But this is something that happens with the other legislative text, and this will have to be sorted out through the implementation. So I really think that besides the legislation and negotiation now, really important part will be the part with implementation. I think that besides this general remarks, quite problematic and discussed will be the part with the really high technical requirements for the high risk, which is, as we hear from the industry, quite difficult to abide to, and I think this will be something that will be negotiated a lot.
But in the case of when you say this will be contested and something like that, there are many different interest groups, of course, there. So, for example, I personally find it quite funny when I talk to lawyers. Yeah, it's liability. So if an autonomous car crashes into my grandmother, who can I sue and who can I send the bill? And I think there don't you think there are many different viewpoints on this regulation?
There are. That's why it's quite complex. I'm a lawyer by profession as well, so I can understand that point of view. But I think it's really crucial not to have some kind of false dichotomy, false dilemma. In a way that it is really necessary to include all, to include public sector, private sector, to include lawyers, to include sociologists, to include those people who have really the technical know-how. So it's really something that won't be possible to be finalized and to be done only by some of us.
Carolessa, I thank you so much for being here at the European AI Forum. Perhaps you can come back in Ljubljana in December. We would be greatly thankful. And I wish you all the best for your hard work that you have to do with the regulation. You will hear from our association, of course, and we're really looking forward talking with you and the whole committee on AIDA.
Thank you very much for the invitation, and hopefully we see each other in Ljubljana then.
Yeah, that would be nice. Wait a second, I just have to, because you can't move out of the camera there. So I am, because now we have one more video message and then we go to panel one. And in panel one, we will discuss the old regulation for 1 hour with my friend Gael here in Brussels and Mili in Croatia. But before that we have time to change the setting a little bit. I want to introduce Mrs. Tena Simjonovic-Einwalter, the chair of the Executive Board of European Network of Equality Bodies. Great titles here in Brussels. And let's go.
Dear participants, dear organizers, dear distinguished speakers, I'm speaking on behalf of Equinet, the European Network of Equality Bodies, representing 49 equality bodies from 36 European countries. In the next couple of minutes, I will focus on 2 things. First is the importance of equality and strong redress mechanisms in the future EU regulation on AI. Secondly, I want to make you more familiar with the role that we, as equality bodies across the EU, have in making sure AI systems are equality compliant. Why pay special attention to equality in the new proposal for an EU regulation on artificial intelligence? The proposal itself addresses non-discrimination explicitly and prominently as one of the leading fundamental rights concerns related to the impact of AI systems. Now, why pay special attention to equality bodies in the new proposal for an EU regulation on AI? First, who are equality bodies? Equality bodies are national public bodies, institutions specialized in non-discrimination law and the provision of redress to victims of discrimination. EU-equal treatment directives oblige all EU member states to set them up in order to promote equality and fight discrimination on the grounds of racial or ethnic origin and sex, and many of us do it on more grounds as well. Equality bodies bring many added values. They can often work with the private sector, including through oversight and capacity building. They can bring cases to court or themselves decide on complaints, like quasi-judicial tribunals, in some cases with legally binding decisions and sanctions. They provide independent legal support to victims of discrimination. And they provide legal and policy advice to governments. When it comes to work relating to AI, some of our members have already brought legal cases concerning both the private and the public sector related to AI, have contributed to the development of national strategies on artificial intelligence, or have given inputs to national legal reforms on AI. They are also building national partnerships across sectors with relevant national regulators, such as national data protection authorities, national financial supervisory authorities, etc. More examples are presented in our report, Regulating for an Equal AI, a New Role for Equality Bodies, also mentioned in the European Commission's white paper on AI. With that said, and with the specific focus of this forum being the future new AI regulation of the EU, I want to make two suggestions. My first suggestion is to make equality bodies part of the national supervisory mechanism. This can remedy the fact that the draft AI regulation proposes no mechanism for consumer, citizen complaints and the provision of redress. This denied access to justice for potential victims of discrimination is especially problematic in the context of an AI-specific regulation. Designating equality bodies as part of national supervisory authorities would also ensure a more harmonized regulatory approach across EU jurisdictions. It can even contribute to the consistent interpretation of existing national human rights law provisions, including those on equality and non-discrimination. Of course, this role should only come after safeguarding adequate and meaningful powers and human, financial, and technical resources to equality bodies needed to address the new challenges posed by AI. My second suggestion is to set ground for a cooperation framework in order to enable collaboration between various national competent authorities under the proposed AI regulation and to develop the needed capacities. AI systems have a complex nature and cross-sectoral use. This means that respecting equality requires active collaboration and partnerships. Therefore, there is no doubt that working together is the way to go. Equality bodies should be part of this national governance framework, as they are key partners in the enforcement of national human rights legislation. Of course, an important first step to facilitate and streamline the European effort on AI is the adoption of national strategies on AI, a step that many member states still have to take. Finally, this new proposal on AI and timely and meaningful discussions, like the one today, are essential to what we all hope will be a groundbreaking and positive European approach to AI. It is imperative to place equality and its effective protection through empowered equality bodies at the heart of such a European approach. Seriously thinking of equality implications of AI after public cases of discrimination by AI might lead to a further building of distrust towards AI and technology in general by the general public. On the other hand, by including equality experts early on, we can ensure that the development and use of artificial intelligence in the EU contributes to the well-being of all. Thank you for your attention.
Hello. It's a great pleasure now to moderate with Millie from Crow AI this first panel of the European AI Forum. Hello, Millie.
Hi, Gael. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. We hope you enjoyed the introductory remarks. As Gael mentioned, this is our first panel. The topic is the AI Act, the future foundation of the EU's AI ecosystem.
Yeah, over the next hour, we'll really get deep dive into this project and see how it impacts all the AI ecosystems. We really need to understand the influence of this first attempt to regulate artificial intelligence.
The draft of the highly anticipated AI Act was released in April, just a few months ago. And since then, questions and comments have mainly focused on the high-risk versus low-risk classification of AI systems exceptions to facial recognition, and should social scoring be banned across the board? It also offers a definition of AI systems.
Yeah, and it also sends a message to markets when it comes to AI innovation. The path of Europe is to make AI human-centric and trustworthy. And we saw that setting its own stage when it came to privacy rules went well, and Europe managed to set a standard. But can the same work with AI?
But before we delve deeper into the topic, let's introduce our esteemed panel. We are very excited to have with us today Ms. Nicola Burr, the Vice President of the European Parliament.
And we're also very glad to have Kilian Gross, the European Commission's Head of Unit of AI.
Ms. Mariette Schaake, International Policy Fellow at Stanford University's Institute for Human-Centered Artificial Intelligence.
And finally, we're happy to welcome Tadej Rupel, the National Coordinator for External Aspects of Digitalization, AI, and Cybersecurity from the Republic of Slovenia.
Welcome, everyone, and thank you so much for joining. Okay, so let's dive straight into it. Mr. Gross, the proposed AI Act that was released just over 2 months ago is the result of a multi-stakeholder consultation process that lasted over 3 years. We got a sense of the direction of the regulation that the regulation would go in through the white paper that was released in 2020. But could you give us an outline of the Act as it is now? And could you tell us what is it that the Commission actually wants to achieve with this proposal?
Well, thanks, Millie, for the invitation, and thanks for giving me the floor to sketch a little bit out what are the main features of this act, which is a complex legal endeavor. So I will not, of course, not cover everything, but I may give you some of the basic features or the basic ideas, and that may help us for the discussion. What we want to achieve in Europe is to make Europe a cutting-edge hub for AI. And this, in our view, needs two things. We need to support AI, that's why we have a coordinated plan, and we need to provide a stable regulatory framework for those AI cases which are risky and therefore need certain safeguards. And this is, in essence, what we try to achieve with this regulation. So we don't want to defer AI or restrict it, but we want to make it safe and trustworthy. What we tried is to have a risk-based approach. So we really try to distinguish cases which should be prohibited, for instance, or cases which are high risk from the vast majority of cases which in our view are non-high risk cases, which either need no regulation at all, or perhaps just voluntary codes of conduct, or very limited information requirements. Nevertheless, for those applications where we have identified that there is a high risk, we want to be very clear that we need to apply the requirements, which I think are now well known from the white paper, the 5 requirements on data, documentation, human oversight, transparency, robustness, and accuracy. And we want to make sure that these requirements are respected before the AI system enter the market and are used in Europe. So we will ask for an ex-ante conformity assessment for these systems. And that should ensure that we can really use in full trust AI, which is displayed and offered on the European market, because we know either there is no particular risk or this AI has been checked. So we base ourselves a bit on the product logic, which we think is appropriate. We have very clear criteria. We have a very clear assessment of what is high risk. So we try to limit the burden for developers and producers. But at the same time, we want to stimulate trust. And we hope like this all gets together as a complementary system, which on the one hand side will allow the uptake of AI and will increase trust in AI because both are linked. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Now, I have a question for Mrs. Baer. Mrs. Baer, you are also a rapporteur for the Energy Industry Research and Energy Committee's opinion on shaping the digital future of Europe, removing barriers for the functioning of the digital single market, and improving the use of AI for European consumers. But from where you stand, does the proposed AI Act set the right course for the European industry? On the one hand, of course, the consumers, but what do you think about the industry, the economy?
Franco.
Hello?
So, do we get the connection?
Hello?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
I think we're having some technical difficulties, but Ms. Beer, I think we can hear you now.
Yes.
Yes, I hope so. I'm sorry that I have a poor, European Parliament has a really poor connection, which is another topic we have to fix so that we can really have the whole potential of AI in the application. So I didn't hear your question. Sorry, maybe you could repeat it.
Yeah, so the question was that you are also rapporteur for the Industry Research and Energy Committee.
Hello?
And our question is, does this regulation AI Act, does it also set a good course for the industry, for the economy, for the companies? We know it is very regarding of the consumers, but what's the point of view you can have on what it brings to the economy? So I think perhaps we can come back to this question later. Millie, what do you think? Or have some other panelists address it?
Yes, I think this is perhaps we can come back to Ms. Beer later. A similar question we have for Ms. Schake, which is, as we've heard now from Mr. Gross, the AI Act, it tries to set a course for European AI. We've heard risk-based, trustworthy. Do you think, in your opinion, does this approach give Europe a competitive advantage?
Well, not automatically, but I think it is very important to not only think about the need to be competitive, which is important, but also to think about the need to protect citizens and to create a predictable legal landscape for companies. I mean, it is inevitable that there are going to be regulatory interventions to make sure that safety standards, security requirements, rights protections, liability questions, transparency and accountability issues are arranged for. And I think sooner or later we will see more regulation in other parts of the world as well. So I think the EU is continuing on its path to build on a rights protecting framework, to use regulation to protect the public interest, for example. So I think those are steps in the right direction. It is, however, important, and it is mentioned in the AI Act, that growth and enabling and facilitating AI is also taken care of, and not so much as a goal in and of itself, but really to strike the right balance between regulating for standards and making sure that companies that are already innovative, creative, and trying to scale, for example, are not hindered by existing barriers that we know so well in the European Union. So I think for the EU, it is important to not only pride itself, which we often hear as a regulatory superpower, but to think about how it can scale by having products and services built on top of those protections that I do believe are foundational. And I'm not sure that countries who will simply go for scaling and growth as the top priority will not pay the price later on.
As a follow-up question, if I may ask, considering your position at Stanford, how was the AI Act received over the pond?
Well, to be honest, it is often seen as just yet another regulatory initiative. And we have organized events at Stanford to clarify, which had a great participation. And, you know, it's very nice to be at an American university in the heart of Silicon Valley and to be able to to sort of interpret and connect to what is happening in the EU, so that there's not stereotypical interpretations, but that we can really go a little bit deeper and clarify from first-hand experts who work at the European Commission or the European Parliament or at European universities and companies what is actually happening. I think, unsurprisingly, we've heard from big tech representatives like Eric Schmidt that he thinks it's a mistake that Europe is making. On the other hand, a lot of people in civil society and people who also work with AI and know the risks and know the responsibilities as engineers that they find when they are building these products and services. There's also a lot of appreciation for the work that is being done in Europe, which undoubtedly will have to be improved. We will also be learning on the European side, what works and doesn't work. But the idea that there is a comprehensive vision and a step made to enshrine that in law, I think is also respected by a lot of people. So there's no one American or one Silicon Valley opinion, just like there is no one European opinion, even if that's sometimes how it's portrayed.
Thank you.
Thank
Gael?
you. Yeah, Mr. Ruppel, Slovenia is one day from taking over the presidency over the Council of the European Union. What will member states benefit from this approach from the AI Act, in your opinion, as you will be overseeing a part of the negotiation on this act during your presidency?
Thank you so much. I'm very glad to participate in this discussion today. And yes, you are right. Artificial intelligence nowadays represents a general purpose technology which will enormously bring potentials to benefits and benefit to our societies, individuals, businesses, and communities. Of course, the more economy is developed, more parameters are included in functioning of the society, and more desire and demand is there to introduce AI solutions. So let me just mention that, of course, the solutions can create different benefits and introduce also untrustworthiness of public filled with fears and unknown risks. So AI, of course, on one hand brings progress and unimaginable solutions, but consequently bring negative impact for individuals, groups, and societies. To the EU interest is not just to preserve the EU's technological leadership in AI or other areas, but also that Europeans believes that in every new development there is trust and that our values are included. EU key objective is, of course, to ensure that the research and the development excellence in the field of AI is to ensure public trust and in the development and, of course, deployment of trusted AI. So you're right that the regulatory framework and policy landscape of AI is emerging issue in jurisdiction globally, not just in EU. And by regulation, we mean that the development and introduction of AI and other side is also very important. So the managing the associated risks. The European Union presented the white paper back in 2020. And I think that it's important to mention that the white paper already steered the way of promoting and regulating AI with focus on two blocks: ecosystems of excellence on one side and ecosystem of trust on the other side. Many other international organizations also put effort how to regulate, namely, or to initiative how to aim to bridge the gap between the practice and theory, how to regulate everything. And namely, the OECD had some regulations, the G20, the G7 initiative ended up in GPA, Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence, and which is also main goal of all these efforts. Council of Europe on Human Rights is to adopt responsible AI grounded in human rights, inclusion, diversity, innovation, economic growth, and social benefit area. So you're right that we are tomorrow taking over the presidency of the European Council, and AI is going to be one of the priority topic in digitalization efforts. Slovenia is a supporter of responsible, human-centric and human rights-based development of AI, and the horizontal act on AI, actually the proposal of regulation, which was presented by Commission just a few weeks ago, will create a general framework for further regulation of the field of AI, formally defined and delimit artificial intelligence according to the risk, as was already mentioned. So each EU member state has its own national strategy or national programs of AI, and those programs are already converging. So it will help us to have a common approach to scrutinize the upcoming regulation. So Slovenia will do its most to coordinate a European approach based on excellency and trust, and we will consider the proposal as a matter of priority with the aim of achieving a general approach at the Council. At the same time, EU is trying to ensure adequate investment in key technology and support areas and adoption of appropriate regulation of AI, especially high-risk AI, which would address the main risk of the introduction of the AI to the society. Slovenia, with our partners, we believe that it's important that we successfully deploy AI in economy and in society and ensure adequate knowledge of AI and establish the AI environment for R&D, innovation and deployment. So we don't want to limit the development of AI. We just want to regulate and ensure the public trustworthiness in the system so far.
Well, thank you very much, Nicolas Baer. We have the pleasure to have you back among us. So as a rapporteur for the Industry, Research and Energy Committee's opinion, whose ambition is to make AI more useful, more applicable for European consumers, can you tell us from this point of view what this AI regulation project will bring for the industry, the economy, the companies? You have to unmute. This is the... No. Oh. There's a technical problem. You're on mute, but we don't hear you. I'm so sorry. Perhaps you can check your settings and get to our technical team.
Yes, let's give the European Parliament's internet connection a little break. And before we hear from Nicola, perhaps we could move on to. We've sort of gotten a general sense of the proposed AI Act. You know, some of the what it means, its focus. But let's go into the nitty-gritty a little bit. And my next question is for you, Mr. Gross. So, you know, we've heard a lot about high risk, low risk. We've heard from Mr. Rupel just now that, you know, Slovenia supports this European approach, and the general sense is that there is an overall support for the sort of human-centric, trustworthy approach to European AI. But on the other hand, from some SMEs and startups, one thing we're thinking is it all sounds great on paper, but how applicable is it? For example, there are some operational aspects that concern the ongoing tracing of updates of AI solutions. How do you think, what is the best way for the sort of what is on paper to be actually applicable in the real world? we also the AI Act talks about some fines. So could you tell us a little bit about that, the sort of the operational side of the AI Act?
Of course, with pleasure. And I'm very happy, of course, to hear the other participants, in particular the Slovenian presidency, who has put so much effort already in this file. So we are looking very much forward to cooperate. Of course, what you ask are very fair questions. You have to understand that the proposal which we have made is very much based on the new legislative framework. So it's a bit the modern way how the EU is legislating on products. This means we don't put all the details in the legislation, because we would need to update it all the time when the technique or the technology evolves and develops. So what we do instead is we put in these 5 requirements, which are the very heart, of course, of the assessment for the high-risk systems. We put more or less abstract criteria, requirements, essential requirements, as we call them, which give the benchmarks for the different features which need to be checked. And this is then, of course, need to be underpinned by technical standards. And these technical standards are then very important because they will provide the specificities which the operators, the developers, the providers will need in order to really know what they need to do. And when they then comply with such a technical standard, there will be a presumption of conformity. And this is really the way of kind of co-legislation, which we prefer. So the legislator sets the framework. We say, for instance, the data should be free of bias. The data should be representative. And then we leave it to the technical standardization organizations together with the industry to identify what does it mean, representative, for a given context. But we keep control because we, as a commission, will need to approve these standards and publish them in the official journal as being equivalent for our essential requirements. So that is the interplay, how we see this. It will allow us to create kind of a briefing legislation, which will go with time because the standards will be further developed. They will reflect the state of the art, which is very important in such a fast-moving environment, and they will make it rather simple for the operators, because responsible operators, we should not forget, we speak here about high-risk areas, and responsible operators would never offer a car or a drone with AI which has not been sufficiently checked, because there is a big risk, of course, for liability, for damages, for harm. So they would check this, or even on the fundamental rights side, if you have a recruitment tool, you would make sure that this works properly. We will tell you in more detail what you need to respect. You don't need to wonder. And that, I think, is as well a big aspect for smaller companies or for startups, because your AI will be as trustworthy and as good as AI developed by a big company, which will basically benefit from its reputation and its tradition of quality management. So we think that will work. We will provide a 2-year transitional period because we want to make sure that the standards are in place when the regulation, the requirements become applicable. We don't want to have any confusion. We will, of course, provide further guidance. We cannot do all this in the regulation, but we think all this together will allow us, and we already work with standardization organizations, and we see there's happening a lot as well on the international level, and that will allow us, as well our international partners, to comply with our requirements. We will not close up our market, but we will hopefully, you mentioned at the beginning GDPR, we will be, again, standard setting and create European standards, which will then have a certain, hopefully, spillover effect or reach out effect to other parts of the world. And then, of course, we will develop a body of guidance and technical instructions and help. And all this together, I think, should provide sufficient and substantive support for all of the companies to be able to comply with this regulation without excessive burden. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
If I may ask a follow-up question. You mentioned that there will be a 2-year transition period. As the AI Act says, there will be a European Artificial Intelligence Board. But there is a strong role that is also placed on member states. And some member states, I would say, are more ready to take on these new roles than others. What does the Commission propose to do in this case, where there could be a discrepancy between some member states in how the AI Act is implemented and overseen?
Well, this is, of course, a very fair point. And it's a point which requires a fine balance, because I don't think it would make a lot of sense if we try to centralize everything from Brussels and to prescribe every detail, because member states have different administrative traditions, and we have in Europe, I think, a well-justified principle of subsidiarity. So we should not try to impose a very detailed administrative structure for everything. So what we do is we prescribe very detailed in the regulation how the administrative setup should work. And that is for us, for instance, you should have notified bodies checking the systems. These bodies need to be certified. For this certification, you need notifying authorities, which, and that is prescribed in the regulation, need to have sufficient financial and staff means in order to do that. So they need to be well equipped. And there must be a market surveillance authority to do the follow-up, the ex-post market monitoring. And there should be a supervisory authority, which will be part of this board and which will allow us to check whether the application and implementation of the regulation is homogeneous. So we have, I think, very clear requirements what member states need to match. We will recommend to them not to create too many of these bodies, because we understand that it's not easy to find the technical experts on the market which will be available, for instance, for these tasks. That's a really practical problem that you need IT specialists who can really do that. And we will have a central coordination via the AI board, where we will have for each member state a counterpart, namely the National Supervisory Authority, to discuss whether and how the regulation is applied in that given member state. And I think this is a good balance, because it would go very far. And we have, for instance, for the financial sector, we prescribe that should be the Financial Supervisory Authority. But we have to realize that some member states have other traditions than others, and that differentiate. And it does not really make, it would really be excessive, I think, if we would now prescribe a one-fits-all size approach for all member states. But I think we have sufficient qualitative and content requirements in the regulation on the management of the size of member state of the system, which should ensure homogeneity in the application.
So, Nicolas Baer, perhaps you can take also this question, which Kilian Gross has already also answered on the difference of positionment of the different countries when it comes to operationally implementing this AI Regulation Act. And of course, we are also glad to hear your opinion as a rapporteur of this Committee on Industry, Research and Energy, of how the Regulation Act will impact not only consumers, but also the companies. Please, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. So 3 times is good times. For the first question, I think it's really important also for the business and enterprises to have the right balance, so that there is a framework where people are really trusting in what is developed in the AI field. And at the same time, especially we as an industry committee are really keen to have enough space, to have enough room for the creativity, so that this branch really can develop in Europe. I mean, we are not first when we see our international competitors as far as technologies, and so it's concerned also for the research in AI. But now we have, I think we have really the chance with a framework which gives a secure ground for an ecosystem to be a sort of front runner in a smart legislation for this topic, and really having the trustworthy human-centric part in it is then a possibility for all enterprises, business, entrepreneurs to be innovative on a secure ground. And so we have maybe to fix the one and other small point. Maybe we'll come to this later on. But I think it is good that we are not over-regulating. It was a huge debate because some parts of the parliament wanted to regulate all sorts of AI, but now we are only really focusing on high-risk AI, so that people can also in this field really trust in all the applications which are issued. And I think this is really an important point. As far as the governance is concerned, I think maybe could have it a little bit simpler. I think it's quite complicated, and it's really important, as Mr. Gross always mentioned, to have a harmonized situation afterwards, also in the application of the framework.
Thank you very much. I have a question for Mrs. Schaake. It has been tackled already this morning, this issue by Carlo Ressler from AIDA. Our GDPR has had quite a success, and some people are dubbing this AI Act as a new GDPR, you know, the GDPR of AI. But we know GDPR was also quite a burden to swallow for the companies, although it has also been a trendsetter for this human-centric approach to digital development. Do you believe the AI Act has the same potential?
Thank you for the question. And I'm going to say something that might be a little bit controversial for some people, but I think that some of the best friends of GDPR, the people who support it most, would be best to also criticize it, because GDPR is not just a success. The enforcement is lagging. There is a huge capacity problem to deal with all the cases that are coming through. By the way, not only violations alleged on the part of big tech companies, but also on the part of governments or other organizations. And if there's not effective enforcement, then it will really lose its teeth and credibility. You also mentioned the burden for smaller organizations, public organizations, and this is certainly a problem. I mean, when I was in the European Parliament, GDPR was politically pushed over the finish line as a weapon against big tech's abuse of power and abuse of data. And of course, it was necessary to deal with that outsized power and the way in which it is big tech companies are continuing to collect, sell, buy, and misuse data. So I understand the argument, but the real question is whether GDPR has been such a barrier or a tool to push back the power of big tech. It is not a coincidence that big tech companies are, since GDPR, asking for regulation, presumably because it's easier for them with their billions and billions and billions of dollars on the bank account to deal with any type of regulation. So I don't think that celebrating GDPR is always the best way to go if you actually believe in a rights protecting framework. Certainly, it's not universally popular all around the world, even if it is considered sort of in thought and in spirit a step in the right direction. It's also been copied, for example, in California for the California Privacy Act, even if there a huge difference is made when it comes to obligations for bigger companies versus smaller companies. Now, what I understand from how the AI Act is designed is that there's the same type of extraterritorial effect, meaning that companies who want to do business with European citizens, whether those citizens are traveling elsewhere or whether those companies are servicing people inside the EU, they have to comply. And there we must assume that there will be this extraterritorial effect, which of course others and other laws can also then right into the way in which they hope that their laws are going to be respected. So sure, it is good to build on a rights respecting framework. I don't think it helps to blindly celebrate it as a huge success, even if there's many, many obvious flaws. So I always say the GDPR's best friend should be its biggest critic. And I feel very strongly about that.
Thank you very much. I'm giving the floor to Millie, who has also many questions for our panelists.
Thank you so much for this point regarding GDPR. I would say that yes, it is sort of more of a controversial piece of legislation. But my next question is for Mr. Ruppel. In hearing what Ms. Schaake said about GDPR and the sort of the general attitude towards GDPR, and looking at now the AI Act that is coming, would you say that Europe is acting in its own interest by being the only market in the world that is trying to regulate AI systems?
Thank you for the question. As I mentioned before, there is a global effort to regulate AI one way or another, be it from the aspect of human rights, be it from OECD in terms of the economic advantages which might be regulated or used, as well as on other forums, UN, United Nations. And EU is, of course, the main objective of this proposal is to ensure the proper functioning of the internal market by setting harmonized rules, in particular in the development and placing AI technology in the EU market or developing it in the EU market, and the use of products and services using interface technology, providing standalone AI systems, etc. So we don't see it as a intruder on the market or intruder to the businesses. It's quite contrary. The businesses will be, of course, encouraged to develop the AI systems, to integrate them in their businesses, products, machines, etc. But of course, it is important as we will probably during the scrutinized period of the AI Act emphasize that, of course, it needs to be clearly identified what is the subject of the regulations, especially on a technical level, what are the measures of the regulations, that the knowledge, skills, and competencies from the AI are properly developed by users, by providers of AI technology or products, and etc. So we think that to define requirements for artificial intelligence systems in this regard and the obligations of all stakeholders throughout the chain is to ensure that AI systems placed on the market, be it on European Union, but we believe that this might be also copied in other markets, is used on a safe and respected way to be based on fundamental rights and values, and with the trust of the people that the data which are collected are governed rights, so governed in a right way, not to be abused. And of course, we believe that the regulation is needed, and I believe that the European Commission proposal is a very broad one, has of course some gaps which will be filled with the proposals or suggestions from the member states during the process, and that at the final stage the act or the regulation will be beneficial for all of us.
Thank you very much. So we're now going to see also the aspects regarding innovation, how the AI Act is including measures like this. And I have a question for Kilian Gross. So we see the project has these measures for innovation like the regulatory sandboxes. We are going to get into more detail later. There are also measures to make the burden for SMEs and startups a little bit lighter. Perhaps you can tell us what the European Commission has in mind for these communities.
Thanks a lot. It was really from the beginning one of our main objectives to find the balance between creating trustworthy AI and not stifling innovation. And as I said, in the beginning, we tried with our requirement in practice to set up basically elements which a diligent operator would do anyway and which would even help to promote a given product. Nevertheless, we realized, of course, that there are, like with any regulation, there are, whatever we do, certain costs involved in managing the compliance with the regulation. And we try to keep them low because we will, as I said, we will refer to international and European standards. Nevertheless, it cannot be completely ignored, because if you have to go to a certified body, this comes with a certain cost. So we tried really to look at small companies and startups, because we think here it's really crucial, because for them, even if the cost overall, you can read our impact assessment where we try to identify the different costs, the compliance costs and the verification costs, and the percentages are limited. Nevertheless, for startups, there may be a deterrent factor. And we think about the bundle of measures. First, we did not grant what some people ask, a full derogation from the obligations or temporary derogation, because we think if we are serious and we say what we have identified is really high risk, then it's difficult to see why it shall be differently classified or differently treated if it's done by a small company. Because as well, a small company can have a huge impact. If we think about past cases like Cambridge Analytics, a small company can nevertheless have a lot of impact. So we think that is not the way to go. So we need not to grant derogations, but we need to provide support. And what we did is here for the support side, we will have digital innovation hubs. So we will have one hub in each member state specialized on AI, which will be a point of contact for the startups and for the SMEs to understand the system, to have access to technology, and to have access to finance. There will be testing and experimentation facilities on top, so where you can have real-time testing. That is another part of our support measures. In the regulation itself, we foresee the possibility for sandboxes, which we are inspired, of course, by the financial sector, which I think are a very successful model. That under the authority of the data protection authorities, under their control, you have a protected environment in which you can develop your systems. And from the start, you do it in the right way so that afterwards the compliance check should not be a major burden. Because in reality, there is only a real problem if, for instance, you have not collected the data in the way you should have collected them, or you did not have a quality management system in place as it should have been. Second, we provide for a better access to data. So we allow, to a certain extent, repurposing of personal data if this is in the common interest, again, under the control of the DPAs, because we understand that one of the key concerns is really to have access to sufficiently qualitative data as well personal data, as well to make the system safe, because you need a lot of good data. That is a key point for AI, and our provision will help the pool of these data to be available for startups. And then we have very targeted measures like priority access to these sandboxes for small companies, like reduced fees for ex-ante compliance check, or taking into account the size and the quality management. These are really targeted measures. And we think altogether, you need to look at this as a package, starting with the innovation hubs and ending with the reduced fees, if you so wish. We prepare a safe framework, which should not be an obstacle for the very important and flourishing startup and SME scene in Europe, because we know where the innovation comes from. And this is very much and very often from these companies. And we want them to develop AI, and as well to develop AI in areas where it's risky, because high risk doesn't mean don't do it. It just means do it properly. Thanks.
Mr. Gross, thank you so much for mentioning data. Actually, that was a good introduction to my next question for Ms. Beer. As Mr. Gross mentioned, data is a massive prerequisite for AI innovation. Better access to something we hear very often from startups and SMEs is, well, we need personal data. How do we get it? We can't get it. So the AI Act talks quite a bit about data governance requirements. And for big tech companies, this will not be such an issue as it will be for SMEs. So would you say that the AI Act offers the right solutions when it comes to data governance, keeping in mind the AI innovative ecosystem?
Yes, we know that data is crucial for all these applications. And in the same time, we know that totally error-free and bias-free does not exist in the AI world. So I think we have to speak more about what is enough when it comes here to the management, also to the risk management, to see if we have really this quality of data. And as far as the access for data is concerned, we have to see also the other legislation we have on the table for the moment as Parliament in the DSA and DMA Act, as there is also a question of how to have access for more also of quality data.
Well, it seems like we're having some technical difficulties. Gael, shall we give Ms. Beer a few more seconds before we move on?
Was denn jetzt schon wieder?
Of course. Hello.
Yes.
We can hear you. Please continue.
Did you hear before, or should I repeat? Because
said on data.
No, just keep on going. Just keep on going.
Yeah. The question was about quality of data. So I expressed that I think for the data governance, we have to look a little bit over in the fact that error-free and bias-free does not exist in the AI world. What is enough? Because if we do not define this is difficult, especially for small and medium enterprises, and that the AI legislation is not the only one dealing with the access to data, and so those all have to be coherent and look together.
Point. And just as a quick follow-up question, as we know, there are lots of data acts coming out of the Commission, lots of data strategies. Do you think that they will be able to operate along with the AI Act?
Yes, and this is crucial. I mean, they cannot block one another. They should really be coherent to give a better framework, to give safe ground for new developments. Because to be clear, it's not done with regulation. Regulation should be a frame really to go ahead, to be on a secure ground, but we have to fill it. We have to fill it with innovation. And so it is, for me, especially important that we only focus on high risk AI to regulate, that we have the sandboxes, that we have the test possibilities, because I want really Europe to go in front of the development of AI applications. I think we have a good chance because we have a strong industry, and so especially with data from our production processes, we can use to go ahead. So this is really a chance for Europe, and so it's clear that all those files have to be coherent and not block one at the other, and to make things more simpler than it is for the moment.
Thank you so much. Those are some great points. Gael?
For Mr. Rupel, Slovenia has positioned itself as a country very open to innovation with cryptocurrencies, blockchains in the past few years. You have even launched a specific testing environments for these technologies. Do you think with this AI Act, Europe is showing itself open enough to innovation through AI?
Yes, I think, as you rightly said, Slovenia has a long history of research and development in AI. I think back in 1972, the AI lab was established in the middle of our main institute, Institute Josef Stefan, and we are already holding as well the UNESCO Center for Artificial Intelligence, so first in the world. So we developed some AI labs for OECD, etc. So we have a strong community of researchers in AI. I think the percentage of the population is the highest in the world. I think one researcher per 7,000 inhabitants. So we have a long history of that. So that's why we think the right development of the AI is of crucial importance also for not just for our industry, but for our researchers and developers. So I think that we believe that this will, of course, the regulation will somehow affect economy. It brings new obligations to various stakeholders in various in value change, so creation of solutions, requirements for user information, and at the same time to do the greater transparency and predictability, so to enable faster and less risky introduction of AI to businesses and manner consent with security legislation and human rights. So it is two-way coin of the same I mean, two sides of the same coin. So we believe that with the new development, of course, it is the right approach, which will regulate the also other areas you mentioned, or other high tech. Foster innovative technologies such as quantum, blockchain, HPC, etc. So this must go hand in hand with the development of connectivity on one side. So to have ultra high speed internet, 5G, 6G. Cybersecurity is also a very important part in that field, and to have digital skills. So we believe that it's a whole package that the citizens has to keep the confidence and trust in using new technologies. So with the we see the acceleration of digital transition together to build also the European technological autonomy as a crucial element of Europe's recovery and resilience to the future potential crisis, as we just experienced one recently, and still we are not through. So we believe that all the benefits from regulations, digitalizations, creation of free and open secure online with legal clarity and certainty for all stakeholders is, of course, set in all the EU digital act package, let's say. So talking about digital governance, digital services act, digital market acts, we have data governance acts in the pipeline. Data act will come later in the year, end of this year. So we think that the whole ambitious agenda of the European Commission, as well as the member states, to co-create the ecosystem of the regulations, will be of benefit for all innovative technologies which are on the horizon and which are already in place. So that's our belief, and we think that the impact of new technologies and digitalization is a very important topic which increase demands of our full attention.
Mr. Rupel, thank you so much for that. I think what we've heard is that from a couple of sources now is that, we should sort of focus on the benefits of regulation, and that the AI Act should be seen as part of an overall package, not sort of standing on its own. We're almost, we're approaching the end of our panel. So before we close, we have one final question for all of our panelists. And that is that looking at the procedure, the proposal was released in April. The public consultation is open until early August. After then, the proposal will go into Parliament, and the expectation is that we are still a couple of years from actually having an implemented and adopted AI Act. So our final question is, what is your advice to the innovation community in Europe? What should they do in the meantime? Because AI is rapidly developing around the world. So what should European innovators do as they await their regulation, which of course brings many benefits, but there's this interim period where they're just saying, so what do we do in the meantime? Ms. Schaake, what do you think?
Well, first of all, there's a lot of laws that innovative companies already have to navigate. So I hope this is not sort of a new situation. A lot is known about the direction where the European Commission wants to go. So depending on the business that companies are in and innovating in, they can presumably anticipate, for example, ask themselves, are we a high risk user of, or are we developing AI which has high risk use and effects associated or not, et cetera, et cetera. And there's also the opportunity to make a voice heard, whether you're a public organization or a municipality or a startup. The benefit of the process not being finalized is that it can still be changed. And so I hope that people will also use their voice in the democracy to shape this regulation in the way that they believe is the right way.
Mr. Gross, what about you? What's your advice to how to manage the interim period?
Thanks. I can fully subscribe to what Marietta said. I just can compliment because I think this is all very, very important and pertinent. One thing to bear in mind is that the regulation will certainly not apply retroactively. So all AI systems which are on the market or are in use at the moment when the requirements will become applicable will not to have to be reassessed. So that's of course very important. So you don't need to fear that what you have put on the market will have to be reassessed or be taken off the market. That will not be the case. You may be affected, of course, the moment you come with a new development or with a substantial modification of an existing system. I think what Marietta has said is fully right. You should, of course, think a bit about if you're an innovative company, what you're doing, whether you may be covered or not. And if you may be covered, you may be well advised to think about, for instance, check your quality management system. Do you have a quality management system in place? Do you have a risk management system in place? So to start a bit there to prepare yourself, that could certainly make sense. And we as the Commission are always grateful for advice from the sector, for feedback. If you can tell us, or if you see there are particular hurdles or concerns, what could be changed still in the legislative process, that would now be the moment to bring that information to this process. Thanks.
So maybe there should be a call Killian hotline at the Commission. Miss Bear, what about you? What's your advice?
Yes, I totally can subscribe what the other both panelists were saying, and so I just make some additional points, because I think that these altogether framework for business is really the place to be then in Europe, so that they can presume what will come, but this also they can relate to. And so I just want to call, be prepared, maybe also to invest in people for the moment, in hats, so that we can attract the best hats here in Europe to develop on the safe ground, to become a front runner. And I think it's good that we see that not only the Commission, but this is going hand in hand with Parliament, is really willing to do the best for this ecosystem. So you cannot call only to the Commission, but also to Parliament. If you see then in the details, we are now discussing problems for the ecosystem. So this can be fixed in the next months. But I think that the direction is clear. And for me, it's a good framework to be now creative here in Europe.
So companies can also call their MEPs as well. Mr. Ruppel, what about you? What are your final thoughts specifically regarding this interim period? What would your advice be to Slovenian innovators?
Well, to follow the discussions in different countries and to see what will come up in the months to come. But I would like to mention that, of course, tomorrow we start with our presidency, and we trade progress as much as possible within the Council Working Party on Telecommunication and Information Society. So this is a working party within EU. And since AI is one of the highest political priorities of our Slovenian presidency in the field of digital, we will dedicate the most of the working party time to address the dossier. So throughout, we are aware that the second part of the year is shorter in the sense of a number of possible working parties. We will work ambitiously on the file, and we consider that the proposal will be achieving a general approach priority, and with the aim to achieve the general approach at the Council. And of course, as already mentioned, then the European Parliament has also a saying in the final stages. So we are very ambitious. I'm not quite sure if this will be done throughout our presidency, but we hope for the best as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good luck with your presidency. Perhaps we will see you in December when we hold our 4th European AI Forum. Gael, over to you.
Yes, so thank you very much to all our panelists for this very interesting deep dive in the AI regulation project. And now I have the pleasure to welcome one of our regular speakers of the European AI Forum, who has been there since the very first edition, the French Secretary of State for the Digital Sector, Cédric O from Paris.
Good morning, everybody. I'm really happy to have the opportunity to take the floor at the European Forum on AI, on a topic that is, I think, is really important, both for the world, obviously, but also for Europe. This is important for Europe because we have to find the edgeway between two things that are highly required, but to some extent quite contradictory. The first thing is that AI is a huge area of opportunity. We see this is why a lot of countries, a lot of continents are investing a lot in artificial intelligence to develop the application, the use cases, the businesses that would rely on that technology. And this is expected that that technology will completely disrupt the world that we all know. And this will be one of the key technology on which the economical power, but also the technological power, and even the sovereignty will be built in the coming years. And the challenge that Europe is facing is to be at the rendezvous of that technology. What we see worldwide is a huge acceleration in AI investment in the US and China, with a competition between those two countries, and Europe trying to bridge the gap. And we should always bear that in mind. Obviously, we have to talk about regulation, we have to talk about human-centered AI, and I will be tackling that issue. But the first issue that we have to solve is that if you want to be among the leaders, because the leaders are setting the standards, even in terms of human-centered AI, you have to be more innovative. We have to be more investing into AI. We have to be creating an environment here in Europe, a framework that help our innovators, our researchers, our company to develop AI application. France has been implementing a national strategy on AI, Germany too, and a lot of countries. Europe itself is investing, but we have to better coordinate, we have to invest even more. France will do that part in the coming months in order to build the framework here, to have the innovation here. Second issue is about regulation and the AI that we want. I understand that in the coming minutes you will be talking about biases, about equal opportunities, and the problem that are being brought about by artificial intelligence. Obviously, if we need AI to be if we want AI to be sustainable, if we want an artificial intelligence that is abiding by our European values, we need to put in place regulation. There is a very interesting proposal that has been put on the table by the Commission, which is issuing guidance on artificial intelligence, and France is really backing that proposal because we do think that is a balanced approach between innovation and regulation. We need that regulation because we need to create a single market as far as artificial intelligence is concerned in Europe, and because we need that progress, that technology to be sustainable for our citizens. This is a lot of topics that will be going on to tackle in the coming months and years, but Europe should be at the rendezvous of artificial intelligence.
Cédric, he's really the one who was on every European AI forum. So, like I told before, we started a year ago in Zagreb, which was a lovely experience with Crow AI, and we were 3 associations. We were Crow AI, Hub Francia, and the KI Bundesverband from Germany. Then, through the first year, we grew. We got AI Austria, AI Cluster Bulgaria, AI for SI, and then we were 6. And now, I don't know why my voice just got up that high, but and now we got 2 more. And I'm very happy to introduce, again in real life, the first time she drove 3 hours from Amsterdam to here. May I introduce from the NL AI Coalition, Marius. Hello, Marius.
Hello.
It's really nice to see you, first of all, in real life. I think all our communication, of course, went virtually. So can you explain to our friends what your coalition is doing?
Yes, of course I can. First of all, I would like to say that we are very happy that we are now part of this fantastic European family. The Netherlands AI Coalition is a public-private collaboration between the Dutch government, corporates, startups, scale-ups, and knowledge institutes. At this moment, more than 450 organizations are participating in this coalition. They have formed a lot of working groups for sectors like mobility, health, energy. And we have working groups for more common topics like data sharing, the human capital agenda. And together they have written an investment proposal. And for this proposal, there's funding needed, 1 billion public funding and 1 billion private funding. And recently we have received the first amount of public funding, 276 million euros. And in the allocation of this funding, there's a lot of attention for European collaboration. And that's why we are really happy that we can be part of this European AI Forum to stimulate this collaboration bilateral at the European level. And I hope that we will end up with amazing projects within Europe. We already had a few trade missions, AI trade missions to France, Germany, and Belgium. And I think this is a great next step as a follow-up.
Thank you so much. And not only that we have Marlis here, but from Poland, also our new friends, Piotr. Hello, Piotr from Digital Poland. It is so nice to see you. I hope you're fine, and we're really looking forward working also with you. It is such a distinguished honor. And Piotr, can you tell us a little bit about Digital Poland?
Thank you for inviting me to the European AI Forum, and I'm really glad that I could join such a very strong and very dynamic family who help develop, I believe, AI in Europe. Well, in terms of Digital Poland, we were founded a couple of years ago, and we are looking for main sectors in which we could, develop the Polish ecosystem much more strongly. And AI was chosen a couple of years ago as the main domain of our, let's say, competence. So we drafted and we created more than 8 reports, including review of AI strategies, map of Polish AI, state of Polish AI, etc. We run AI Academy for managers. We co-created the AI policy developed by the Polish government, and we also help startups to grow their business. So in terms of partners, there are more than 14 strategic partners, more than 4 partners, but we work with, I believe, more than 100 AI startups, and we put more than 300 startups on our map, which is available at aipoland.org. Thank you.
So much, Piotr. If I may ask you, and I will ask Marlis the same question, what is the biggest challenge you think in developing and promoting AI in Poland? Because I can tell you, when we have a member session, I call it mostly group therapy, because to get to know what the problem and the issues in Germany are, and there are some. So I would be really interested, because I learned from the European AI Forum that the view from Zagreb, for example, is a complete other than, for example, from Berlin. So I wanted especially that Europe knows what your challenges are in Poland.
Sure. So mainly I think we have 2 most important challenges. The first one from AI companies' point of view is, of course, they're looking for business, and Polish state-owned companies or major corporation are not so ready, I would say, to develop AI together with them or implement AI. So they have a problem with scalability from moving from proof of concept to the implementation phase. But from Poland point of view, I think we are much lower in the DESI index or in the digitalization index. So there is not so much room for AI companies in Poland. Of course, there are many AI startups, but what we found in our State of AI report, most of them get the revenues from abroad. So we are very active in US, in UK, in European Union, but we don't have very broad AI local markets. So I think we are still underdeveloped from AI perspective. And of course, I think the problem is the same everywhere. We are missing good open data sets with annotated data, for example, from healthcare sector.
there our problems compare. But if I may ask, Marloes, what are the biggest challenges in the Netherlands?
Well, first, the biggest challenge was to get organized. Well, we did that via the Netherlands AI Coalition. The second challenge was to receive the funding. We now did, or the first part of this funding. And now we need, of course, good proposals. So the working groups, they have to start working together and develop these proposals. Okay. And there's still an issue. We have to get new ways of working to get SMEs involved, because now it's mainly the government, the corporates, but of course we need the SMEs on board as well.
Yeah, I get that. So I would say that Piotr, what you say also about the data sets and everything like that, I hear it from our membership as well. I think that the thing is, and if you can see Piotr perhaps again, Alex, that we have to work together. We have to cooperate in the level, and I think especially getting traditional SMEs to adapt AI products, I can tell you, it is really hard, and I understand why it's hard for them sometimes, because when you see a 65-year-old SME CEO. And his whole life he fought in data silos, and he doesn't want that the Chinese steal their blueprints. And now we should now please data share, and perhaps in the UI cloud. I think this is quite a bridge that he has to go through. So don't go to. But there are a lot of challenges, and I'm really looking forward working together with you, Piotr, and with you, Marloes. And it's great that you're here. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Anytime, Piotr, and I really appreciate all your input that you gave us. It's really fantastic. Marloes, you announced our next video statement, and I had the chance of meeting this person like 1.5 years ago, and he told me, yeah, he's now here, and we talked about AI. But he has to go to St. Martin, to this nice Caribbean island with the interesting airport. And he said, because he's not only there for AI, so he's also responsible for the prison system on Caribbean islands. So I hope I lifted your interest in our next speaker. And Marloes, please introduce our next speaker.
Yes. Well, it's an honor to introduce our State Secretary of the Ministry of Interior Affairs and Kingdom Relations, Mr. Raymond Knops.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to address to you today the need in Europe to cooperate on digital transformation and the role of emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is more than ever needed to solve our societal challenges, respecting public values and human rights, and to improve digital services. COVID-19 has not only accelerated the digital transformation, it also required the use of new digital technologies. I am convinced that governments have to take a leading role, using the full potential of parties outside the government, like innovative small and medium enterprises. The development of the COVID app was done in this way: experimenting, developing step by step, and always taking into account the end user and their rights. In my view, human centricity is key to the European approach. And our need to take into account public values and human rights is forcing us to innovate. It will turn into a unique selling point for European entrepreneurs and public authorities, and it will create new standards. Again, I strongly believe that for successful upscaling of human-centric AI, public-private cooperation is needed. In the Netherlands, we value the successful public-private cooperation in the Netherlands AI Coalition, a strong coalition that has been awarded for their ambitious strategic program. And as I mentioned, cross-border cooperation is needed. That underlines the importance of the European AI Forum that unites the AI coalitions in European countries. My aim with the 8 like-minded countries in the Coalition of the Willing is to take up joint initiatives on digitalization of the public sector and to scale up promising results to other countries within and even outside the EU, and to learn from each other regarding common interests. artificial intelligence is one of the topics on our agenda. I'd like to share with you a few lessons on digitalization and the use of emerging technologies. First is the importance of innovation procurement by the government. It supports a thriving startup culture and makes public services more innovative. We challenge innovative small and medium enterprises and startups to develop AI solutions to solve our societal challenges. And in this way, we got solutions in a range of different public areas. To improve traffic management, reduce poverty, to access historic documents and make educational programs more accessible. An example is the development of a deep learning AI system to predict traffic jams, an important topic in a densely populated country such as the Netherlands. Secondly is the need to experiment, to learn step by step in a safe environment, allowing to learn from our mistakes. And together with my colleagues and in a strong cooperation with the Netherlands AI Coalition, we will create a safe environment, working on the ethical and legal aspects of societal challenges, like the prevention of the poverty. An important but also very sensitive topic. Before upscaling can take place, we have to learn in a safe environment, taking care of the digital inclusion of our citizens and digital safety. Third, the final one is the importance of combining digital initiatives in different public fields. Right now, public authorities are starting to develop and use AI systems using satellite data and drones. And this can be used to monitor, plan diseases, the condition of our roads, or land sinking. If you can combine these initiatives, you can learn from each other and create more impact and improve the business model for innovative small and medium enterprises. Typical for innovative small and medium enterprises these days is that they are working in a cross-sectoral way. Crucial is European cooperation. It's the only way to move forward. In the Coalition of the Willing, we are looking into the development and use of chatbots in public services. In the Netherlands, we use chatbots to improve the live event that will affect all our citizens moving to a new place. The participating countries are sharing their insights and best practices. And it is like UEFA Euro 2020, sizing the opportunities of emerging technologies is a team sport. Even Cristiano Ronaldo, Kylian Mbappé or Frankie de Jong can't win the game on their own.
Thank you, Raymond Knops, State Secretary in the Netherlands, for this video statement. I'm really happy that to announce to you that we're at the end of the first block of our European AI Forum. It was very interesting, regulation, stuff like that. But we do a little break till exactly 10 a.m., like 9 minutes. And please keep your screen recorders rolling. And I can promise you a very interesting part too. First of all, my boss, Jörg Bienert, will be there, and he will tell us about LEAM, the large European AI models, which is really interesting. And I'm not saying that because he pays me. So in this case, we are really happy that we are there. Then there will be a panel about selling artificial intelligence products outside the EU, a very interesting panel with Marlos, which you just met, and Jörg. And then we go to the third panel a little later, which is concerning sandboxes. We will be moderated by Jan from Croatia and Clemens from AI Austria. So please don't go away. Don't touch that dial, Johnny Carson said in the 60s. So we will be back at 12 a.m. Please stay there, and we will be back. And looking forward to seeing you. Europe. So happy that you're still here. And I'm really happy to introduce the president of the German AI Association, Jörg Bienert. Hi, Jörg.
Hi, Daniel. Nice to meet you.
How long did you take place from, you live in Cologne?
I live in Cologne, and it took me only 1 hour 50 because the train was on time this time.
This is a sensational breaking news for today. The train was on time, so we're very happy about that. Jörg, when you will propose an idea to Europe, you will pitch an idea. So it's a classical pitch situation, which I know you know very well because of your long time in artificial intelligence. Why don't you just tell the people a little bit about yourself and what you did before becoming president of the AI Association?
Yes, so I founded the German AI Association about 3 years ago, together with a bunch of other startups. Right now, we are more than 330 members, all companies that are focusing on AI. And before that, I ran several startups. One of them was building a big data analytics database, and that got funding in Silicon Valley. I spent several years in Cupertino before I sold this company to Cisco. And right now, besides being president of the German AI Association, I'm partner at Alexander Tamm, one of Germany's leading AI consultancies based in Munich.
Yes, and that's the thing. It is all voluntary, and all our members in the German AI Association who work there, besides some, are all doing this in their free time. But Jörg, what I want to ask you, and where we give the floor to you before you're moderating with Marlos, panel number 2, is a thing which you came to me called LEAM, L-E-A-M, LEAM. So the floor is yours, and perhaps you can pitch to Europe what LEAM is. And we kindly ask that the slides will be thrown in right now. We're looking that it will happen. So we're going to look if it will work. So in this case, if it takes a little time, there is no problem because we have to load it up, and there it is. And please, camera, go on the one on Jörg, and I will get out of the picture. Please go.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Yeah, LEAM stands for Large European AI Models. But before I go into details, let me just start with what has happening during the last year in regards to latest development in AI. And in August last year, OpenAI announced GPT-3, a very large language model, which was kind of groundbreaking, because of its capabilities. It outperformed any other model in that space by orders of magnitudes. And it was very large. It was huge. It was trained with a very large corpus, which hasn't been used before. We are seeing more than 170 billion parameters in this model. And it's assumed that it cost $5 to $20 million to build this model. And they used OpenAI together with Microsoft. They used a very large supercomputer in order to build this. And as said, the results were groundbreaking. And on the next slide, we see that we already have an ecosystem that has been built around this API, which has now been provided by Microsoft. More than 300 applications are using GPT-3, and we already are seeing startups that are building their business models upon this capabilities, upon this API, and have been financed by venture capitalists. But GPT-3 is only the beginning. It has been the start of a race. Google has taken up and launched Lambda, and they're working on other large models as well. We are seeing models that are not using only language, but also images and video, like Dolly. And a few weeks ago, the Beijing University has launched Wudao 2.0, which is even 10 times bigger as GPT-3 and has tremendous capabilities. It's a multimodal model, also using text, video, and images. And we are expecting groundbreaking applications based on this model as well. So where's the challenge here? Yeah? The challenge is that these large models have tremendous capabilities, but they need a lot of computing power, a lot of resources, and a lot of money to be built. And just a few companies are able to train these large AI models. And if we look into the future, we challenge a situation like we see right now in the area of search engine in the internet, where Google is a monopolist. And we don't want to come into a situation where in the AI space, we just have a few monopolists or oligopolies that are providing the AI, and the European startups and companies are just building the front ends and the workflows around the AI capabilities that are hosted in China and the US. So what do we have to do? We have to create and enable a moonshot project in Europe. We have to build the capability to train large AI models. We have to provide models as a basis for innovation and a whole application ecosystem. And we have the chance here to incorporate European values and all European languages, for example. We can use Gaia-X, the already existing initiative, as basis for the HPC computing center. We can strengthen our research, and our goal is to make the results available as open source in order to build up a very strong AI and startup ecosystem. So what has to be done? We have to, on one hand, gather data with the Open Data Initiative and all other initiatives all over Europe. We have to support research in the fields of AI, and especially we have to build a hyperscale, a high-performance computing infrastructure together with the organizational structures and processes to establish continuous workflow and continuous capability to build these models. And we have to integrate these models into the European innovation ecosystems. By doing this, we create methods and benchmark data sets and criteria to ensure ethical requirements and European values built into these models. So our vision is to establish a European AI ecosystem that takes a competitive position in AI development, that reflects European values and very high quality standards, for example, in the area of biases, and especially to ensure digital sovereignty in that AI space in Europe. So we have built a website, and LEAM is our initiative to build this. I would like to ask you, let's gather our resources, let's join forces together with governmental institutions, governments, research, and especially the economy and corporations to build our own large AI models in this large European AI models initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jörg. It was very interesting. And the thing with Liam, you said, well, let's get together, let's banter and stuff like that. So if you have a wish list, so tomorrow we would go to the commission, yeah? And we say, Monsieur Breton, Mrs. Verstager, this is my wish list. What would be on it besides money?
It would be, of course, we need a lot of money, but money is just the basis. Yeah? So we need an organization and processes so that we can work together across European companies and that especially we are able to gather all the data that we need. And we need lean and agile structures. Yeah? Gaia-X is running, but it's running very slowly because we have such a huge corporation and so many people and parties involved. We have to be faster here, yeah? And therefore we have to incorporate also the thinking of startups in that space, and maybe even thinking about building a European startup that provides these services and also builds its own economic model in order to get profitable.
Yeah. So there is the thing what you said here. So there's startup thinking in Liam. So we talked about government. We talked about what do universities can provide to Liam?
So universities, on one hand, can provide data, yeah, because they have lots of resources. And the basic algorithms are open source for building these kinds of language models. But there has to be done a lot of research in order to increase performance, in order to avoid biases, in order to increase quality, and to reduce environmental and power costs, so that we can implement these models in a more efficient way as well.
What you just said about the environment is also a very interesting question, because isn't the point that we need also that LEAM can provide interesting data for environmental issues?
This should be one goal. Yeah? So it's not only about language models. The Chinese are doing physical models and all kinds of models with their approach. So language is just the start, and these large models also can help in our challenge regarding the environmental crisis.
Yeah, thank you so much. Jörg, stay here. You're moderating the second panel in just a few minutes with Marlus, so we're really looking forward to it. But before that, I'm really honored that Dr. Vida Groznik from the University of Primorska and from Noise Diagnostic is addressing the European AI Forum, and then it goes to panel number 2.
Honorable Commissioner Maria Gabriel, Honorable Minister Boštjan Koritnik, dear distinguished guests. Thank you all for being part of this forum where we can exchange ideas, highlight the benefits but also disadvantages of the artificial intelligence. We live in a world in which AI has become more important than ever. The COVID-19 pandemic has accelerated the adoption of new technologies and the automation of jobs. And in this sense, AI is definitely a disruptive technology in many sectors, and we need to take steps to implement best practices for its responsible application in ways that will empower and benefit everyone inclusively. Artificial intelligence is failing to engage women as equal partners in shaping the future. Today, far too few women are involved in the research, creation, and deployment of what promises to be transformative technology of the 21st century. Evidence shows that without the input of women, the technology has been left vulnerable to an alarming number of biases. Research that was made by LinkedIn and World Economic Forum reveals the AI talent pool is as prone to gender gap as other STEM disciplines. Only around 16% of all AI workers in the EU are women, and this share does not exceed 30% in any EU member state. This is comparable to the US, where less than 20% of AI workers are women. And when looking at gender gap by career length, the gender gap is narrower among younger generation in most EU member states, where women currently represent almost 20% of new entrants in the AI field, while women who have worked in the field for 10 years represent only 12% of AI workforce. The fields of study where a person can obtain AI skills have not yet spread beyond studies related to ICT. More than 1/3 of AI talent comes from 4 fields of study, and that is computer science, electrical and electronics engineering, computer and information science, and computer engineering. The problem here is that the biggest computer science faculty in Slovenia has only around 5% of female students. Only one of the humanities studies, and that's economics, is among the top 30 fields studied by AI-skilled individuals. And this is likely due to its emphasis in statistical modeling and econometrics. The subsequent 2 humanities degrees, linguistics and psychology, rank only 31st and 41st. To get more women into AI, we need to transform the way we look at the AI itself. Currently, the employers are mainly looking for hard technical skills and disregard soft skills that are needed for intra and especially intersectoral collaboration, where good communication skills and teamwork are most beneficial. The successfulness of the AI integration relies heavily on consideration of the domain knowledge, and this is the often overlooked gap that could be successfully tackled by engaging more women into different AI roles. To finish on a more positive note, there are women who work in AI and are successful in this field. I do count myself as being one of them, and I do believe that with encouragement and empowerment of women, AI will bring brighter future to all of us. Thank you for your attention.
A very warm welcome to this second panel of the European AI Forum. My name is Marloes Pomp and I have the wonderful job of moderating this panel together with Jörg. The topic of this panel is how to scale and export AI from Europe. With us are Johannes Otterbach, Damir Sabol and Esther Smit, and hopefully Justina Orlowska will also join us soon. Let's start with a short introduction round. Johannes, I would like to start with you. Could you briefly introduce yourself and share a bit about your work regarding AI?
Yes, thank you so much for having me here in the panel. I'm very much looking forward to the next hour. My name is Johannes Otterbach. I'm the VP of Machine Learning Research at Mirantex Labs. We are a small startup centered in Berlin, tackling challenges for small and medium-sized enterprises. Specifically, I'm looking into how we can translate state-of-the-art research results that are coming out of academia and translating them into actionable tools for small and medium-sized enterprises, and can essentially unlock the potential of AI for these companies that typically don't have the resources in developing their own AI solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Esther, I would like to continue with you.
Yeah. Hello, thank you for the invite. My name is Esther Smith. I am from the Netherlands, working for the universities for the Innovation Center of Artificial Intelligence, which is a national collaboration of research, public-private collaborations between companies or public organizations and knowledge institutes. And we're facilitating services for those collaborations, which we call ICAI labs.
Yourself?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, there you are.
Hello?
Okay. Yeah, sorry, I didn't hear. There was like sound was lost. But my name is Damir. I actually founded in my lifetime 3 companies. First was internet service provider here in Croatia, so based in Zagreb, Croatia. But later founded 2 companies that are actually using AI a lot. One is called Microblink, and it's a technology to extract text using mobile camera. And the other, and where I am now the CEO, is a company called Photomat, which is probably the most popular one of the most popular education apps in the world, with more than 240 million downloads until now. And it is using AI to recognize what the student is working on and try to understand it and explain it to them. So yeah, that's what we are working on.
Yes, thank you. And Justina, a very warm welcome to you as well. Could you briefly introduce yourself?
Hi, thank you for invitation, and I am very happy and honored to be here with such wonderful people to talk about what we are doing on a daily basis. So I am responsible for GovTech and digital affairs when it comes to e-services and digital competencies in Poland at the Chancellor or Prime Minister. And so any topic concerning e-services, high technologies, so GovTech or digital competencies, I am pleasure to answer and talk about it more deeply.
Thank you. Well, let's get started with the panel discussion itself. For all of you watching this discussion, panels are much more fun when they are a bit interactive. So please comment on the content and ask all your questions via the chat. Jörg, what is the first question you would like to ask to the panel?
We would like to start with a general question, a warm-up question to all participants. And the question is, given your different background and also international experience, what is Europe's greatest strength and Europe's greatest flaw compared to other AI ecosystems? And maybe you start, Esther.
You're asking me, right? Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think, well, we're in Europe, we're very strong in, we were already having a long background in AI, also from the Knowledge Institutes. So there's a big history and we're very good in developing different AI technologies on different aspects as well. So not only the algorithmic side, for example, but we have to keep up. I mean, or keeping up as in the rest of the world is followed very quickly and also leading in certain ways. So I think we have to be sure that we still keep it open for innovation and that we make sure that especially startups and SMEs get the opportunities to develop themselves. And also regarding research, a lot of countries around the world have been investing a lot in the past years, and we see that they are picking up their pace, and we have to keep up with them. So I think that's really a challenge, and that on the one hand, we of course have been having big discussions, and now also more in the regulations on the values on AI and the ethical aspects. But well, we need to keep on investing in the innovation itself as well, and not only on the boundaries.
Thank you very much. Damir, as your company is also active in the Silicon Valley, what do you see as main differences between the US ecosystem and Europe?
So there are differences, definitely. We went and actually raised money in Silicon Valley. One reason was because it was they are actually risking more with their investments and putting more money into risky early stage projects. That was one thing. We went there because our market is actually the biggest market and biggest user base is there. This is one reason why we went there. But it was easier. I would say it is easier to raise money for riskier projects in the United States than in Europe. That's one thing. So there is one saying, like I heard, and I think it is actually good description, is that US investors will give you money to be successful, and European investors will give you money when you are successful. So they are more conservative and looking for a proof. So this is why we went there, but still almost everything, all the technical development, AI development is based in Croatia, and we have great talent here. I would say really world-class talent, but there are also differences, is that we don't have such a strong infrastructure. You talked about big, very large models. I think we will need very large models, but can we actually get to train very large models? I don't think we can. Google can, Chinese companies can, and I think we are not. This is we are disadvantaged in this part, and I think this is something that we should discuss how this can be fixed.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Damir. In regards to governmental activities and the capabilities that are lying there, what do you see as Europe's greatest strengths and flaws, Justina?
Europe's greatest force are for sure also regulations. Why? Because we focused mostly on how to apply high technologies, and it is first and foremost because any tool you can do that. Because we have a great set of people, a great programmers, developers, etc., data scientists, and Europe has, for example, Poland has the second number of alumni when it comes to STEM. So it is very powerful when it comes to people. And but what is and I think the most important from the perspective of Europe and our strength is that we focus as citizens of Europe on regulations, how to use technology to make sure that every citizen of our planet is safe, cyber safe, and psychologically safe. So that's are the biggest strength, but of course also responsibility, because the whole world is looking at Europe, what we are doing, and how our regulations will look like.
Yeah, well, may I respond on that?
Yeah.
So I think it's very good that we're doing that as Europe, but it doesn't give you that much. I mean, if you want to keep up, if you're just building the regulations and not having the companies like the startups here around the table anymore here, I mean, then you're still giving it out of your hands. So we have to make sure that despite the regulation, we're also still give room and space for companies and for researchers to be able to innovate and invest. Which also means, indeed, I think it has been coming back and forth a few times. Data is something one of the biggest struggles at the moment. Regulation is not even getting easier, so we have to also find ways to make sure that we keep up in this big challenge and competition that's going on now worldwide.
Yeah, thank you very much, Esther. And we would like to encourage you to enter into a discussion. And I think we'll cover especially this topic, GDPR and other regulations within our panel. But first of all, let's close this round. And I would also like Johannes, especially as you have been working in various companies in the US, so one of them was OpenAI. What do you see as differences and as strengths and flaws compared to the US environment?
Yeah, sure. I don't think I have much to add to to the other speakers here. Maybe one aspect that I want to highlight is that your biggest strength is its diversity, because we have many different countries, many different ideas about life. But that's also at the same time the greatest weakness, in my opinion, because the markets are too small. We haven't barely managed to build up European champions, which comes out through this discussion. And a national market is just too small to build such global players. So I think one of the things that we need to figure out is how to actually unlock the whole European market in order to figure out how do we build up European champions, not just like a national champion within a European country. And so I think we just need to come together. And we have the ideas, we have the talent, as all the other people said. We just need to figure out how to actually come all together, pull on the same string, and bring all our assets to one spot and build up a European champion.
I see the first comments coming in. Please keep them coming. We will come back to you later on. First, we would like to dive a bit deeper into your own experience. Justina, I would like to start with you. How can the government, in this case the Polish government, help startups or companies to scale and to export?
It's the first question we as a GovTech team 3 years ago focused on, because there is a very important thing that government has I think government, not the private sector, but government has the power that if you implement your solution in the public sector, it is a great and the greatest validation for innovation, for innovative solutions. And of course, also funds are bigger than for a single company. And it is so crucial to apply startups solutions to the public sector. That is why what we have done in Poland, we have managed to set up a platform, which is procurement platform, that startups can compete on the same conditions with the big companies. And I will need to tell you that because the biggest requirement is to show and to show that you can do that and you have the idea how to do that, not how much money you have already or any other conditions, any other regulations are not included. Only if you can do that and if you can prove that you can implement it and it is the best idea, the best solution to the challenge that was announced, you are the winner and you can win the procurement. So no prerequisites, no formalities, only ideas and skills matter. And that's the most important for our governments around the world to use procurement, but because it is the greatest solution, it turned out that it is possible to have solutions without requirements, without so many papers, overloads of papers that are required. No papers, no formalities. It is possible, and we have proved that. Our startups proved that, and we recommend all of you as are welcome to take part in GovTech competitions, because it is the most important thing that the only thing you need is your idea and skills.
Thank you, Justina. Next question to Damia. So as you mentioned, you built a startup, you built an app that has been distributed not only in Europe, but worldwide. So what were the major challenges that you were facing, especially because of being a European company, maybe compared to a US company? Was it easy? Were there certain roadblocks? What was your experience?
So my experience was we built, as I said, Photomat is very popular education app, and we've done it. So we've built it. It was like first application that you could really scan a math problem and it will read it for you, and it was like technically really advanced. So we didn't get, like, my feeling, like what I know is that US companies will get based on a prototype, and we had to earn it. We really had to earn it. We really had to build great product. We really had to get great traction to get an investment. But when we have done it, when we've proved it, it was not so hard, like, to get this investment. But as I said, we had to go to the United States to get this investment, and they were really happy to give us this money. So environment is still different. They have like different environment, but we earned it. So we earned it by building great technology and packaging it into a great product. So that was our experience. There is no way to actually do it from our perspective. And when we are raising money, it is like we have Eastern European discount, what I call. We are just not getting the level of valuations. They are decent, but they are not at the level when, when US founder would come and get. So, but it is still okay, and it still worked well for us. So it was a challenge. We had to earn it, but we earned it by creating a great technology and packaging it into a great product. And this is how we've done it. And later, like, AI was actually very important part of it. Very important part, because this was actually our advantage. We build a company around AI processes. So the whole company is built around AI processes. We've done it early, we've done it on purpose, and it actually produced great result.
Thank you. I would like to continue with the question of Alexandra. It's a question to Esther. Could you specify a bit, what do you mean with the issue around data?
Well, what I see mostly in research is that the availability of data is sometimes very difficult. So especially if you look at the sector like healthcare, it's all scattered around, and it's very difficult to get enough data available on certain topics to do proper research and build your algorithms around it. So, and especially I think for Europe, healthcare would be a very good sector to take the advantage on AI and develop products also around it, where we all can benefit in it. Especially that's what I see in the Netherlands, that we're having very good startups in the healthcare sector, and that is very much expanding. But data is still an issue in that as well.
Yes. And Esther, I would also like to know what is the experience of the ICAI labs with working together with China or the US, and what was the response of the Dutch government or the society on this?
Yeah, so we do have ICAI labs that are working with companies from abroad. So, for example, with Qualcomm or an Inception Institute, which is in the United Emirates. And they are actually very open. And I think what Damien also said, I think in the US, for example, it's more of a cultural difference between Europeans and Americans on wanting to invest and taking risks. You're a businessman in the US when you have failed a couple of times, and that's seen as a success, and you build up again. So you also see that in investments, it's sometimes easier to get investments in research on AI from companies from abroad than from European or Dutch companies. It is changing now. We do see that there are more companies here in Europe also investing in AI, but it took a little bit longer, and it's still not as much as compared to other countries.
Right, thank you.
Yeah, and I have a question to Johannes. So if you look at OpenAI, a company that was founded a few years ago and grew tremendously, had some, as we just heard, some very exciting successes in the area of AI research and development. What could European companies learn from them? Is it possible to establish such a company in Europe, and what would be the prerequisites to do so?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think it's definitely possible. Like nothing is impossible, but I think that the biggest thing that needs to be done here is the appetite for risk. Somebody needs to invest in that. There is a reason why they partnered with so many private investors, or also the Microsoft partnership. And then the other thing is a laser sharp commitment to something, right? So you need to execute on that, and you're not allowed to get that distracted by any other metrics on that. And the point of OpenAI was to begin with, like, we're just doing like fundamental research. And then they saw something that really was a breakthrough, and then they started to execute against that. And then they were very, very focused on this execution with a very fast pivot, and made it a laser sharp execution on that. And on top of that, they had, of course, a top talent that they attracted. I think the key here is that they didn't scale to very many people. So if you take a look and like what is the core people that actually delivered on these big products, those were maybe like 2 handful or 3 handful of people, right? It's not like you need like 1,000 people organization. It's a very small organization, and you just have to equip it with the corresponding resources, and paired with the risk appetite, and then you get something like OpenAI out of this.
Thank you very much, Johannes. That was very enlightening, very interesting. And right now, I would like to come back to Justina and to a topic that you formally mentioned, because the EU Commission is proposing the first ever legal framework on AI, which addresses the risk of AI and positions Europe to play a leading role globally, focusing on trust and being human-centric. So do you agree that this framework will strengthen the EU position? Isn't there really a risk that the implementation by national governments of this regulation will lead to the absence of a level playing field within the EU and hinder innovation?
I liked what my colleagues said before me, and the comment on what I have said, that of course regulations are very important, and that's our strength of the European Union. Nevertheless, at the same time, it is very crucial not to over-regulate. And I think everybody now is aware of that during this time when we faced, all the world faced pandemic, and we were forced to think, okay, everything needs to be, of course, cyber secure, but very easy and comfortable, because everybody was close around the world into our houses. So plenty of procedures were forced to change and customized in order to have a fluent, and the world in reality were forced to move to this virtual reality. And when it comes to artificial intelligence, it is also the case that overregulation is it is a huge risk that we can face. But at the same time, we need to think that the most important is the safety of our citizens around the world, global citizens, and in order to think that this artificial intelligence needs to facilitate what we are doing, and of course automate those procedures, those processes that can be replaced. But at the same time, we need to think about, and now I am switching to the topic of digital competencies, because there can be plenty of solutions, but if we don't focus on digital competencies and making sure that our citizens are ready to those changes that we are planning, and that's the crucial thing, and it is the biggest, I think now, the biggest challenge of all the societies around the world, to make sure that this pace is the same pace as there are development of AI and other technologies. This is the same pace in those raising up digital competencies in our countries.
I would like to say, if regarding regulation, I think regulation can be very, very dangerous here, and I'm not sure that, like, I was reading what path this regulation is taking. While I am absolutely, like, it is great that citizens are protected, and I think Europe is leading here, and I congratulate it. But there are then these things that are not really working for consumers, not really working for users. I would say that when GDPR is actually very good, cookie direction on websites is terrible, and I think nobody is like, it is terrible, and I think it's like very bad regulation in that respect. What we can see with GDPR is that small startups are actually disadvantaged, and big companies can actually achieve some goals and actually make sure that they are in line with the regulation, and smaller companies, startups have difficulties to do that. I would like for regulation to be very careful with regulating AI, because it might actually make European startups actually put European startups in even worse position. And I would say they're not in the best position already, and it could put them in even worse position. So I think we like Europe should be very careful with regulating that, and make sure that it will not hinder startups' abilities to grow and scale.
Yeah, maybe can I add something to that?
Yes, go ahead, Johannes.
Similar to what Darmi said, is like, I think that regulation in itself is actually a positive thing, and I think Europe can do a very good job here. But I feel that many of the regulations that are coming out specifically to AI, and the way that we approach the topic of AI, is targeted towards what's the current state that we have. And we have to be very careful to not prohibit innovations that come into the future. AI is a very, very fast moving field, as can be seen by like the compute powers that are evolving. Every year, every half year, there's new iterations of very massive algorithms coming out. So we don't know what the downstream effect and what the products will be 3 years from now. But if we are building a regulation right now to protect the current state, we will not be able to innovate in 3 years from now. So we need to figure out like how do we actually do this sandboxing and protect the European innovation cycles from overregulation that is adversely in 3, 4, 5 years from now.
Thank you. And Esther, would you like to comment on the concerns of Johannes and Damir? And are the students and companies you're working with also facing the restrictions due to GDPR? And do they expect restriction by the new regulation? And if so, what could be done to overcome these issues?
Well, first of all, I totally agree with what Damien and Johannes said. It's also a concern, and I think the bigger companies, indeed, like Microsoft, they are totally fine by it because they have the capabilities to implement those type of things. Whereas for smaller companies, it will be a very big challenge to apply all the regulations. A lot of the research is done with bigger companies. And that's also one of the reasons why a lot of the researchers in those EKI labs work with with companies, is to also the availability of data within the company, at least to experiment and to see what use cases and what the impact can be of what they're doing in the research. And that, of course, it's sometimes more complicated, but in most cases still now it's doable. So I don't really see big challenges there. Mostly students also then work on the company side, and it's still okay. I don't see very big issues there, but it's also because we work mostly with companies that have the abilities to invest in research, and it's different than for startups or SMEs that are much smaller in Europe.
We will continue on this topic, but before that, I have one last question to Justina, because I heard you have to leave in a few minutes. Justina, what can and should national governments do in order to foster digital sovereignty? What can Poland do? What should the EU do?
Sorry, there was an interruption in the sound. Could you repeat, please, the question?
So the question is, what can and should national governments and the EU do in order to foster and enable digital sovereignty to become more independent from US and Chinese providers?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is our huge challenge, and I think now there is also this is a challenge because a huge amount of money will be from EU following because of pandemic, and it is a huge responsibility to focus on solutions that can be born in our countries, because it is as I said, we have a great source of people that can do that. And for example, there is a coalition of Gaia X, and this is the cloud community, and we are working with other countries on our own cloud that will be born in Europe from our companies. So such programs, such initiatives can facilitate what you have mentioned, and there are plenty of such smaller and bigger projects in this field. And but of course, if I can say now, if you have any ideas and for example you want to participate in this, always it's not our own job from governments, because our job is to listen to the greatest ideas and to implement them and take them on board. And so if you have any other ideas that are not still running in the EU level or in our national levels, let us know. You can find me on LinkedIn. I am Sina Orłowska, like see. So don't hesitate to contact us, and we were more than happy to drive the greatest ideas. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Justina, and thank you for joining our panel and for giving us and contributing some insightful information. I heard you have to leave earlier, but I think it was very good that we had you on board. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the invitation, and happy and nice conversation continue. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. And we would like to continue with with a question from the audience. And Vlovsky has a question to Damir. Do you think the Photomath application or the Photomath company would have been successful had there be more ethical standards? Now I'm missing the
AI governance in the US.
Had there been more ethical AI governance in the US?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's our data. Question is, would somebody forbid us to use any data? That's no. So what we are using anonymized data, and we don't it's not sensitive, it's not private. We actually gave up on gathering, we had user registration, but it's at one point we said, no, we will not ask users to register at all. So they can use it fully anonymously, which we think it's actually good. So question is what would government, could they actually slow us down by introducing regulation? That would be not reasonable? Yes, they could. And is it possible for something like this to happen when you introduce regulation? Yes, it is possible. So would it make sense? No, it wouldn't. But so governments and regulation, especially in fields like AI, are very, very sensitive topics, I would say. The question is, we have what we do here. I'm not sure that really 20, 30 people in Croatia really understand what we are doing here. The question is, how would government understand what we are doing here? Would they be able to really have deep enough understanding to regulate this well? So these are my concerns. Maybe in Germany it might happen, but in Croatia, which is 4 million people country, it would be much more difficult. So regulation is here very sensitive, and I'm not sure how it would really work. That's a big question.
We would like to continue with some questions about large AI models. And Esther, what do you think of large AI models, and should Europe react and start its own development? What do you think?
I think it's always good that we keep up and at least be aware of what's happening, and also know what the technical side is of those large AI models, to make sure that if things are being implemented, indeed, what Damir also said, you need to know in a certain way also how are things used, and how it's not only on using it, but also knowing what's behind it. And at least a few people need to know about that. So I think Europe should at least keep up with that as well.
I would say that we are at a disadvantage with large AI models currently, a serious disadvantage. So looking at it, AI was, so we were able to develop AI based on knowledge and based on talented people, based on data. What I can see that large AI models are actually making it much more difficult to compete. So if somebody spending $10 to $20 million to train one model. Question is, how do you compete in this environment? So I think this is a challenge, and it is a disadvantage currently for startups, especially, and not only European startups, it's also for US startups. Because Google, Microsoft can invest, OpenAI can invest because they gather money. So this is, I would say, this is actually becoming a big challenge, and I'm not sure what is the right approach to actually solve it. But big companies are can do it, and small companies can't do it. So question is, how can we level this playing field? And that's tough,
I think also
difficult
we
question.
had it in history. We had it as well with the oil situation. So there was a monopoly of one player just having the whole chain of it, and they just decided that we have to break it up in certain elements. And actually, but that's I think where there's a lack also on real technical knowledge from people that are working in government on the technical side of AI. How can we really, and that's I think same as Damien, what you said, that the lack of knowledge on the technical side of AI, how can we really break those monopolies of certain companies to make sure that there is a level playing field for more companies than just one. But yeah, that might be something that is needed to just break it up a bit and break it open.
Yeah. Johannes, what's your take on this also from the technical point of view? Is it technically possible, and what other challenges would we be facing if we are going for large AI models in Europe?
So having worked at OpenAI, I definitely see the benefit of really large language models or any kind of large models. The question for me is, what's the return of investment for those, right? Like OpenAI trained these models because it was, first of all, interested in the research aspect of these big models. And then it turned out they were actually valuable. And then there was a whole ecosystem of downstream applications that developed. And so for us to figure out like how we do this in Europe, the question is like, what's the amortization cost, right? Like we can invest in a player to build these very large models. And from a technical perspective, we know the algorithms, we know the ingredients, we have the technical talent. We just need to invest in that. And that investment will then amortize over years to come when we build an ecosystem. As Dami already pointed out, startups in the US, they cannot just afford building these big models. It's a handful of players that can do that have the equipment and the mandate to do so in a certain way. But then they also have like this whole ecosystem around them that can actually make use of these kind of things. And that's what we have to figure out. And I think here the problem is that in Europe, we have this mentality that everything needs to be built by yourself. Every company wants to build it by themselves. So how can we incentivize having one company building a big language model and then serving it as a tool, as a service to all of the companies that can actually benefit from these models? And I think that we have to rethink how we approach these kind of development and how we approach the marketing and the marketization of these models. And I think that is going to be key in order to have that. But that being said, one of the things that Europe does very well is asking questions, do we at all need them at all times? I just want to highlight the fact that if you want to deploy a model into a self-driving car, you cannot put in a GPT-3. It's too expensive. Like we don't have the batteries, we don't have the compute power. So it's the question like, for what are they useful? What do we need them for? And then let's figure out how to build an ecosystem around it in order to make it useful for everyone.
Thank you, Johannes. And Damia, as you had a quite different thoughts, would you like to respond to Johannes?
This is like economic advantage that we see at play here. So like big companies putting money at work and creating bigger and bigger differentiation building their advantage, which is normal thing. I do see disadvantage of us not being able to actually build big like really large models. Not sure that we can like use very large models at the time, but I do see this direction. And of course, like it's economic, thing, like somebody will survive, be able to raise money and raise a lot of money, be able to build models and actually have the best product in the world. And some people won't be able to do that. So that's totally fine. But big companies are absolutely advantaged in this space. I would say that this is like, now I do see American companies do it. I do see China do it. I don't really see Europe really do it and really compete strongly in that area. So there is certain spillover, and Europe, of course, has its own advantages, good like knowledge and startups and good companies. So like there is, I'm not really worried, but is US and China, are they advancing faster? Yes, they are. So like, what do we do here? Do we do anything or not? I would like us to, for example, to have ability to build really large models somehow. That would be great. And I think that would help innovation in Europe. So how do we get there? That's another story.
Thank you, Damir. I have another question from the audience. Alexandra Margat has a question for Johannes. You mentioned the importance for policymakers to avoid over-regulation, considering the next 3 to 5 years of innovation. Where do you see the next 3 to 5 years of AI? What will be the importance and the importance of data and good data?
Yeah, thanks for that question. The future prediction is always a little bit hard, right? If somebody would have asked, like, what's the big AI breakthrough 5 years ago, nobody would have said it's language models. So take everything that I say with a grain of salt. In my opinion, or my projection is that we will do significant more advances in the combination of several data modalities that we call it. Say we have language, we have image data, we have video data, we have audio data. And what we will see is that more and more and more data will be combined into one model. And then the model will learn better things about the differences. We can already see that language is very good for image detection, essentially. So we train an image model with supervision from natural language, and that turns out to be really well. OpenAI just announced that they built a coding system that writes natural code in an editor together with Microsoft. So these are the kind of innovations that we're going towards, and we need to figure out like where it's important to talk with all the experts to get like a feeling, where does the field go in all directions, not only in the scaling direction, but also in the algorithmic direction, in order to figure out what are going to be the next products in 2, 3, 4, 5 years from now, which is of course hard. But I see that more and more will be come together. And in this case, as you mentioned, the data, quality data is always necessary. And in order to compete with these kind of innovations and to make progress and contribute to these innovations, we need to make sure that we have high quality data and we enable access to that data, which means we have to be able to combine data sources, and that despite the risk of potentially privacy attacks, we need to figure out like how do we protect against it, of course, but we also shouldn't shy away from actually trying. And that's where I think that the regulator has an important role to play, is trying to figure out how to actually enable an ecosystem where startups and players in Europe can actually try these approaches without being penalized if they go wrong. Like make small experiments, see if it works. If it doesn't work, we abandon it. If it does work, we can do more. And that's where the regulator comes in and has to make sure that we are not actually prohibiting these kind of trial periods and experimentations.
Thank you, Johannes. And we've got another statement and a question from the audience. Nicolas is saying that regulation is also a barrier for investment because it adds a risk to the equation. Sorry. If you consider that startups are essentially risky, adding more barriers could result in less investment. Could the speakers, and this addresses all of you, could the speakers comment on this? Is this your experience as well?
My experience is, of course, yes, of course it will. It is additional. It will. So investors will look like, where should we invest to make the biggest impact? If regulation is part of that, equation, of course investors will not be ready to money will go where it is more certain and more certain results or ability to develop faster. So yes, regulation is very. If there is regulation, and I'm saying if there is regulation, I'm not sure that we need to regulate just because we need to regulate. And I know might be politically okay, it might be important, absolutely important, but should be very, very careful not to regulate where it is not needed, because capital will not go there if it is done in a wrong way.
Esther, would you like to comment on this too?
Yeah, I don't really have anything to add. I mean, the more complex it is, and the more barriers, the less, less likely it is to get investment. If it's easier somewhere else to invest where there's less regulation as well, or if it's about the return on investments, when would you get it back? If you need to invest more due to regulations, it sets the barrier higher.
Good, thank you very much. Another question from the audience, from Jayanthan. What about the presence of AI startups by Indians in Germany? Do we have any language barrier in further expanding our businesses in the EU? Johannes, do you have any experience in that?
I really don't have much experience in that. Yeah, sorry, can't really have a good opinion on it.
Maybe I can answer to that. So this, I think Germany and all the other European countries are more and more becoming international. If you go to Berlin, maybe it's sometimes it's easier to get even a coffee if you talk English than talking German. But there are still challenges, yeah. And we in our company have a lot of people from abroad. Some of them just speak German, just speak English, no German. But it's always easier because we also have a contact with customers. It's always easier to speak the local language for business as well as for personal goals.
I think it also it depends on the region where you want to operate and the sector. I mean, in certain sectors, it's very common to use English as the main language, whereas others, I mean, if you're more on the governmental side, it will be almost impossible because that's always usually in their own language. But yeah, especially in all, I think all the capitals, it would be no problem at all to operate.
And language fragmentation is market fragmentation by languages. It's a big challenge. So we won't see a GPT-3 model for some smaller languages. Just impossible. Nobody will develop it. It's very costly. So we will see it in English. And question is, we might see it for good German language, something similar, but not at the same level, I would say, because it's like big project to get there. And especially not for smaller languages. So my experience is of course, it is this is Europe's advantage, but also disadvantage. Advantage that there is lots of diversity, and disadvantage because there is lots of diversity. So you need to cover, and choose your markets and see how you will address each market. And the same problem is for European companies going to India. I think there is more 100 languages in India. What do you do there? So of course, it's a challenge. It's a normal challenge, and actually we like it here in Europe. So, but it might be difficult from business standpoint.
We have almost come to the end of this panel discussion. I would like to make a final round, and I would love to know what are your ambitions for the coming years? And Johannes, can I start with you?
Yeah, sure. What are the ambitions for the coming years? I think what I would like to see is that the European ecosystem starts to actually come together. Right now, I feel like a lot of European nations have built up their own national strategies, but there is no cohesive effort on like the European stage. And I would like to see that ecosystem coming together, removal of barriers across the nations to actually foster a common market and a common ecosystem. And I'm very hopeful that I can contribute to that with the Merantix Labs and move that along and see like where this journey takes us and come together and put a counterweight out against China and the US.
Thank you. And Esther?
Yeah, so what I really would like to do further in the next coming years is we would like to foster our talent. So from the universities, we think that that's key also for new ideas, new startups, new companies. Talent attracts a lot of other elements as well. And we do that by getting more investments also from companies and research, and hope to be able to then develop more talent and knowledge within the AI field for, well, in our case, in the Netherlands mostly, but at least for European developments.
And Damir, the same question for you.
Yeah, we will focus a lot on AI, and this is our focus, and it will be even bigger focus. We are investing more. We are trying to attract talent and build actually experiences that were not possible, and build the best way with Photomet to learn, to understand, and to help users. So it will go, a lot of investment will go there, and this is our strategy, and it is our focus, and it will be focused for more and more companies. My concern is that hopefully regulation will not stop us or slow us down there, and that we will be able to compete with very big companies, especially regarding very large models. These are some of my concerns, but very optimistic about the future.
Yes, well, I would like to thank you all, Damir, Johannes, Esther, and also, of course, you, Jörg, for moderating this panel. And a special thank you to the audience for bringing in all your questions. Now it's time for a short break. We will have a break of 10 minutes. And after this break, we will have some amazing keynotes you don't want to miss. For now, it was wonderful hosting you and connecting online, and I hope to see you soon again. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Before we go to a break, let's just say that we are very happy, and I want to thank Marlus and Jörg for the fantastic moderation of this interesting panel. Also, thank you to all the panelists out there who took the time discussing how to sell AI products in the EU and outside the EU. So now I have the distinguished pleasure of introducing a good friend of mine. He lives in Vienna, which is a very nice city in a very nice country. And he is one of the leading acts in the AI Austria. And here is Clemens. Hi, Clemens. Nice to see you.
Good morning. Good morning, Brussels.
Good morning, Brussels would be here are the results of the Austrian jury. No, it is not the Eurovision, but by the way, you were the one who were the first to analyze that all the member states of the European AI Forum are getting eliminated in the Euro 2020.
Yes, exactly. That's why I also suggested, with regard to next year's World Cup, maybe we should make sure that Brazil is joining the European AI Forum.
Yeah, that would be an interesting premise. I would love that. I would really love that. Clemens, can you tell a little bit about yourself and what you're doing at AI Austria?
Okay, so my personal background is in computer science and Japanese studies. I spent a long time working in Asia, mostly for international companies from a consulting perspective. And I think it was the time in Asia during these 10 years which brought me closer again to AI, because many of the things we heard today throughout the panels and the statements from politicians happened in Asia to a certain degree already. Think of the very large-scale AI strategies or initiatives that China has announced, which are far above 150 billion, or even Japanese companies doubling down on AI, data, and robotics, like Toyota, for example, with their lab. So when I returned to Europe, or more specifically to Vienna, I mean, on the one hand side, it was logical to profit from this development in form of a company, but the even better cause was to raise the awareness for the topic, and this is how AI Austria came into being. Or like here, can you see my T-shirt? So we're 100% organized as a non-profit. What do? We do like many initiatives go in the way of raising awareness. Here it's important to state this is obviously covering the broader society, so this is not just for geeks and nerds. Yeah. But what is also very special in Austria is that in comparison with Germany, for example, or even to smaller countries like Sweden, the average size of companies in Austria is very small, so there's a very strong SME focus when it comes to raising awareness. Yeah, and last but not least, through a stroke of luck, we met exactly 1 year ago. So
yeah,
welcome.
That's definitely true. And when I see you now, your name tag, it said AI Austria and ADRA. And can you say a little bit about ADRA?
Yeah, actually, ADRA is one of a couple of public-private partnerships initiated by the European Union, which basically are put in charge of taking care that the digital agenda will be put into place or be implemented. One way to think about this is the AI Act is the regulatory framework. It's like the first shoe, and the second shoe now drops with funding and initiatives. So what you heard, I think many times, it was from Nicola Beer, it was from Mr. Gross, that Europe wants to build the innovation ecosystem. The public-private partnership, like ADRA specifically, is one of the main conduits to achieve that. ADRA itself is now online since exactly 1 week. 1 week ago was this signing procedure. It's a collaboration from 5 organizations. It's EU Robotics, it's BDVA, this is the Big Data Value Association, and 3 associations from the AI side. This is Claire, this is Your AI, and Alice, each with a slightly different angle, but all together, all AI people. And yeah, the whole PPP is up and running. I will post the coordinates, means the homepage in the chat later, and also the LinkedIn coordinates. It will be open for the public to join. This means startups, SMEs, corporations, and so on. We expect this to open in the last quarter of this year.
Well, I wish you all the best for every thing that you're doing now with AI Austria and ADRA, and really looking to cooperating with you even closer when we can see each other in person. I hope soon in Vienna or in Berlin, or in December with the 4th European AI Forum in Ljubljana. My friend, I thank you so much for being here. Have a pleasant afternoon, and hope to see you soon.
Yeah, soon at the panel, 3rd panel. Thank you, and enjoy the break.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm so sorry, my friend. We see you exactly after the break, because the 3rd panel about regulatory sandboxes, isn't it?
Exactly. It kicks off at plus minus a few minutes at 2 p.m. and will last until 3 p.m.
Yes, it is exactly like that. And we are going now on a little break, and we will be back. Let me see at, 1:25. Keep your screen recorders rolling. We will be back after a short break with interesting video statements and the 3rd panel with Clemens Wasner and Jan Stelwood from Crow AI. See you soon, guys.
Welcome back at this last part of this European AI Forum. We still have around 90 minutes of excellent content from all over Europe. The last part starts with a video message by Katharina Schüller. She's the CEO of Startup and author of the Data Literacy Charter.
Data literacy seems everywhere, at least in the headlines. But if we take a deeper look, we see a lack of a clear understanding what it really means. How can individuals know which specific data-related competencies do they need to learn? And how will these competencies be relevant to their future readiness, well-being, and career development? How can organizations develop a culture and build structures that foster the value creation from data, but avoid negative side effects such as discrimination? How can governments develop and promote data literacy programs and official structures that ensure that each individual, decision makers in business and politics, and our society as a whole deal with data in a conscious and ethically sound manner? To help answer these and related questions, that is me as an AI entrepreneur, a researcher on data literacy, and a board member of the German Statistical Society, together with the Stifterverband and many other supporters, published the Data Literacy Charter in January 2021. The Data Literacy Charter is an attempt to agree on a common understanding of data literacy and to spread it widely. We want to express our consensus that data literacy is a future skill in the sense of a comprehensive set of knowledge, skills, and attitudes, and that there is an urgent need for a standardized European or even global competence framework. We want to ensure that data literacy is widely taught and can be acquired by all people. Therefore, we advocate the development and promotion of data literacy programs for schools, universities, and for extracurricular and vocational training, for example, in cooperation with adult education centers or public libraries. And we invite other interested parties to support this idea within their sphere of competence. There is no doubt that decision-making in the 21st century thrives on data. Data literacy is often misunderstood as a set of technical skills, but it goes far beyond. It encompasses a set of cognitive, metacognitive, affective, and social-emotional competencies. These are grounded in universal moral values and enable individuals to face the challenges of digital life and adapt to its demands. Data literacy is the ability to collect, manage, evaluate, and apply data in a critical manner, and the willingness to do so in order to guide informed, optimized, and contextually relevant decision-making processes. If we broaden the concept to data and AI literacy, we should also include the ability to critically develop and use artificial intelligence and related algorithmic tools and strategies. We must make data literacy accessible to all people and teach it throughout life in all areas of education. Everyone must be enabled to actively shape data-related insights and decision-making. That means we must teach data literacy as a transdisciplinary competence across all subjects. This requires to deal with 4 central questions. What do I want to do with data? Data and data analysis are not an end in themselves, but serve a concrete purpose in the real world. What can I do with data? Data sources and their quality, as well as the state of technical and methodological developments, open up possibilities and set limits. What am I allowed to do with data? All legal regulations of data use, for example, data protection, copyrights, and licensing issues, must always be taken into account. What should I do with data? Data ethics, values, and attitudes contribute significantly to ensuring that not only the right means are used to solve problems with the help of data, but above all, that the right goals are pursued. So, a framework on data literacy must systematically cover the entire process of insight and decision-making with data. use and protect data, contextualize and interpret data and information, and act in a data-driven way, that is, create a data culture. Data is a valuable resource. Therefore, it must be used for the benefit of individuals and society. Ethical use of data is more than a prohibition to misuse data, but it is also a commandment to use data for the good of all of us. As citizens, we all have a right to expect the private and public sectors to realize the potential of data for the good of society in a competent manner. That is why we need to foster data literacy.
Thank you, Katrin Schuller. It is such an important point, talking about data literacy for students in every age category, may they be 6 or 65. So now I think we can broadcast, or we have our friend from the AI cluster Bulgaria, Kaloyan Rajev. I hope there he is. Kaloyan, my friend, it's really good to see you.
Good to see you as well, as always.
Thank you so much for being here. Now you're a part of the family for now, I would say, over half a year. Can you explain to the viewers out there in Europe what AI Bulgaria, the AI Cluster Bulgaria, does?
The AI Cluster Bulgaria is basically one of the, or let's say the first AI hub in Bulgaria, try to combine to address all the internal stakeholders in the country, the tech communities, the access to and communication to the government, to the corporates and to the startups, try to unite, to map the ecosystem in order to have a clear picture of what is going on in the country on different levels. And also we are the, let's say, one-stop shop to the international partners, to the international friends, like other clusters, so we can have exchange on information to support Bulgarian companies, to address international market, but also from international partners who want to work with Bulgarian AI companies, organizations, universities. And also we work on the AI strategy, regulation topics, ethics, education, and everything related with the topics of AI in Bulgaria and on an international basis.
And one question I asked all our member partners there: what do you think is the biggest challenge of promoting AI in Bulgaria?
I think 2 points are maybe important. The one thing is that AI is seen as a very technical topic. That is because a lot of IT and developers are in the country. It is a major force. This is on the one hand. Also, regulation plays a significant role. And on the other hand is, as we everybody know, that we all have some touch points with AI from a consumer point of view, from a citizen point of view. So here also we should lower the boundaries for people to exchange, to communicate, and to use AI and have a positive thinking of the technology itself, that it's not like a dystopian danger.
Yeah, that is definitely a true sentiment which you're talking about. Also, when you talk not only with politicians but with with people on the street, like you say, there is quite a thinking of a very dystopian technology. But perhaps entertainment also did its part. I talked to you, Mr. Schwarzenegger, and there is, of course, the thing that we have to see. Kaloyan, I would like to thank you very, very much for being here. Have a good day, and I hope to see you soon, my friend, in real life.
I hope as well. Thank you very much for everybody.
Thank you. Bye-bye, Kaloyan. And guys, before we go to the third panel, we have two very interesting video statements there. And the next one, and I'm sorry that I have to read it, but it is quite a title. So, the next video statement will be from Robert Kroplewski, plenipotentiary of the Minister of Digitalization and Information Society at the Chancellery of the Prime Minister in Poland. The floor is yours.
Good morning, dear guests. Thank you for invitation for European Artificial Intelligence Forum. My name is Robert Kroplewski. I am a plenipotentiary of Minister of Digital Affairs in Poland, responsible for information society. Poland approved Polish policy of development of artificial intelligence last December. The overreaching aim of the artificial intelligence policy is to support society, companies, representatives of academia and public administration in taking advantage of opportunities related to the artificial intelligence development, while ensuring the protection of human dignity and conditions on fair competition in this global race. The artificial intelligence policy takes into account the international, legal, ethical, and technical and organizational standards which shape the requirements and conditions to reap the benefits of using artificial intelligence throughout its life cycle, but which encompasses design, research, development, deployment, application, use, decomposition, and disposal of artificial intelligence. Poland has the potential to make a dynamic transition from being contender to an internationally recognized leader in artificial intelligence technology. Why we believe this? Because Polish society represents 33% of creative society. Our talents need to be supported and protected, and our duty is to launch the ecosystem of developing up artificial intelligence as a chance for creation the new intellectual property with that talents. Polish artificial intelligence policy is coherent with many efforts taken by European Commission and OECD in shaping third road called Trustworthy of Artificial Intelligence, which is a new way how we can create the trustworthy technology in front of companies, society, and people, and how we can build the new trademark among the other types of ethics, other types of business models. What is unique in our Polish strategy? We launched the Center of Governance of Policy of Artificial Intelligence in Poland, which is located in Minister of Digital Affairs, who actually is a Prime Minister. We also plan to build the Observatory of Artificial Intelligence on the labor market. We also planned to build a virtual institute who will engage many our scientists from many centers around the Poland and with Polish diaspora around the world. We also plan to launch the Artificial Intelligence Science Council near to the Prime Minister. But taking about the center of governance, we also believe that it's need to create the European data space, which could be also trusted as a club of sharing data, not only personal one, but non-personal among companies, center of excellence, and people. We believe that the key element of our Polish strategy is a coordination of many enablers. If we talk about data, infrastructure, finance and funds, and also if we talk about the science and education. Our plan is to shift the Polish program, educational program, and to engage that program not only for creation the digital skills, but also universal one to support the creativity and working together on collaborative way. Polish strategy, of course, and try to discover the legal framework. If we talk about the European Artificial Intelligence Act, from the Polish perspective, we support that idea to shape the new legal act based on the risk approach. Of course, the key is not only in the requirements, but also to creation enablers. And because of that, we believe that parallelly, the policy and investment strategy is needed also. And because of that, our policy strategy is linked with coordinated plan of artificial intelligence in Europe. We believe that our single market, it's a marketplace, and our power for creation the new possibilities of artificial intelligence. But that coordination is needed not only locally in national economy, but among many countries in Europe and transborderly. Finally, we support the cooperation outside of Europe, and because of that, Poland joined to the Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence from initiative of Canada and France. And we try to build the new type of artificial intelligence from the abstract ethical value to the very concrete, precise projects. And because of this, we believe that among like-minded countries, we can create the new space and new possibilities for development and deployment of artificial intelligence, but also scaling up it. And we finally tried to shape the ecosystem of developing of artificial intelligence. Thank you for your attention, and we invite to Poland to see our possibilities and our efforts, and we can talk about many cooperation of firms to develop of artificial intelligence on new way. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. So we're now heading from the Polish government back to the European Parliament. I have the great honor to introduce Axel Voss. Axel Voss is member of the European Parliament, member of the Committee on Legal Affairs, and member of the Special Committee on Artificial Intelligence in the Digital Age. Axel Voss will explain to us how we may close the gap to the US and China in the field of artificial intelligence. Please, the floor is yours.
Is at the heart of this transformation, and that is why I'm particularly happy to speak today to the European AI Forum. AI will not only transform the way we move or the way we work. AI has the potential to give us breakthrough advancements in national security, in our efforts towards a climate neutral society, and can advance our entire health system. However, although AI is of strategic relevance, most innovation still takes place outside of Europe. And this is due to several obstacles we have yet to overcome. For one, we need sufficient investments. Secondly, we need the will to play an outstanding leading role in the development of AI. And thirdly, we need clear legal frameworks for many legal and ethical questions artificial intelligence has brought up. Therefore, I have been calling for a consistent and horizontal digital policy agenda with clear priorities and a concept for the digital future. And its heart, there should be a concept of a European digital sovereignty, a European way of digitization, which contrasts with the US, American or Chinese approach and is human-centered, based on our European values and the concept of social market economy. I'm happy that the current European Commission has taken on the task through several legislative initiatives which will hopefully pave the way toward that. However, another obstacle we have to overcome is the access to large amount of high quality data to train AI algorithms in Europe. And for that, we are in desperate need of a change of mindset towards data. Our current legislative framework, mainly the GDPR and its application, actually hinders the development of many AI-based technologies due to its provisions. While the GDPR is a landmark legislation for data protection that set global standards, many people seem to forget that you can have both technology innovation as well as high privacy protection standards. Let's take the case of artificial intelligence in health, for example. With large data sets, AI can help with diagnosis, treatment, exploring new diseases, as well as the development of new medication. However, the GDPR provisions of data minimization and purpose specification slow down and often even hinder medical research. For instance, personal data used for one specific clinical trial can only be used again for similar or follow-up research if all persons involved give consent again. Yet tracking down every patient is a slow and very often impossible task. Possibilities of data anonymization, pseudonymization, as well as possibilities of voluntarily donating data, which especially patients of rare diseases are often more than happy to do, are not legally sound and barely used. This type of overregulation not only holds us back in a global race, changing it could save lives. And yet the GDPR seems to put the right to privacy over any other fundamental right, such as the right to health, to life, or to security. This we urgently need to change, and that requires a change of mindset. And we need political leaders to be more courageous. Artificial intelligence is way too often presented as a threat. While we do need sufficient safeguards, we need to look at its potential and the chances we have to use it to the good for all. And that is why we need artificial intelligence made in Europe for our prosperity and competitiveness, but also our sustainability, our health, our security, and our European values. So thank you very much and have a lovely day.
Thank you so much, Axel Voss, one of the main players in the artificial intelligence game on the European scale. This is a real honor that he is addressing us here at the European AI Forum. And now, dear friends, I have the privilege to announcing a good friend of mine and my colleague, which I work now for more than a year, my colleague Vanessa Kahn. She's also the general manager of the German AI Association, and she is talking to Mr. Dr. Markus Richter. He is the CIO and State Secretary for the Ministry of the Interior in Germany. And Vanessa, please take it away.
Thank you to all of you out there in Brussels, and hello from Berlin. I have the honor of speaking with Dr. Markus Richter. He's State Secretary and CIO of the German Ministry of the Interior. Dr. Richter, you have now been in office for just over a year. What has changed in the federal government since?
Well, actually, we have a 9-bullet-point program, which we addressed 1 year ago, and all of the projects within this project or program has a runtime of 12 months. So there's quite a lot, especially, of course, in the field of using data, making data accessible, like a new legislation on open data.
Mm-hmm. You say one of the biggest successes of the German Council presidency was the Berlin Declaration. Can you explain to us what the Berlin Declaration is and what you have accomplished?
Well, actually, all member states signed this declaration, and it says, or it describes the way we are doing the digitization in Europe and on which purpose, because digitization is not a purpose on its own. And we all know that there are big hyperscalers, of course, but there are also other nations which have their own purpose by doing digitization. And for us, it's mostly important to save the free internet and put the values in the center. So this Berlin Declaration describes in the first step the values we are addressing and how can we achieve and save these values in the internet, like keeping us digital sovereign. And we all agreed on specific tasks. And during this year, we will already see what are the results of these different tasks we committed on.
Yeah, perfect. So let's focus more on the AI ecosystem. And now the AI ecosystem is highly regulated already. And with the upcoming European AI regulation, the regulatory pressure on AI entrepreneurs will probably increase. This is why we like the idea of regulatory sandboxes in which entrepreneurs can develop AI safely. What is the German federal government doing to implement sandboxes?
Well, first of all, it's mostly important that we get these sandboxes. As you described, on April 21st, the European Commission presented its proposal on the new framework, and within it there are also these sandboxes described, because for me it's mostly important that we have a space where we can create new ideas, and therefore we need these sandboxes. Here in Germany, we implemented already kind of sandboxes in these fields, especially by making artificial intelligence accessible and having use cases to create these codes, learners, how we describe it. And therefore, I think we have to be free and we have to have a positive access to artificial intelligence. You know, everyone is talking now about the context of a digital push cause of Corona. I think the real push needs to come, and artificial intelligence is the most precious field there. And what we try to achieve with these sandboxes is to bring the business side together with the IT experts, because when we achieve that the business side uses artificial intelligence for their own processes and for their own decision-making processes, then I think we will have a real push of digitization.
And are there any best practice examples that you might be also looking at, not only in Germany, but across the European Union, that you see when it comes to regulatory sandboxes?
Well, actually, yes. If I see in Germany, we've got the Federal Agency, for instance, for Technical Relief, called THW, and they have kind of a sandbox. It's called Real World Lab Artificial Intelligence for Civil Protection. And the aims within the sandbox are quite interesting. Actually, there are 3 goals being purposed, and one is the defining responsibility and public welfare-oriented development and use of artificial intelligence in operational civil protection. The second aim or goal is the instruction of artificial intelligence for use by THW forces in fulfilling their mission. And I think it's also quite interesting to see that the use of innovative display methods, such as virtual and augmented reality as an interface between the humans and artificial intelligence, is also very impressive. And I think it's great to have these kinds of examples.
Definitely. And also in this April, I think it was, you announced the start of your GovTech campus here in Berlin. The administration, startups, science, and also NGO should work together in specific projects. Is the GovTech campus maybe also a sandbox, and what are you aiming to achieve?
Well, actually, it's in the first step kind of a co-working space of the ministries in Germany, because I think it's mostly important to bring here as well, again, the business sides together who are working on same digital projects. And therefore, we try also to implement in these locations startups, and we just recently founded an association where also the states of Germany, there are some of the states who are also a member of this association, because we want not only to have such a campus on the federal level, but also within the states. And this association is then in the situation to describe, okay, what are the main topics of these campus in the next year, for instance. And there we can definitely put also AI into it and say, okay, what can you create by using AI for social purposes, for instance? And so I think this is an infrastructure we just implement right now, where we can create an ecosystem of new ways of working together, public sector, startups, and also research centers, and to work together on very practical solutions.
Great. So let's work together also in the European Union more closely. Thank you, Dr. Richter. It was a pleasure talking to you. And now back to Brussels.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa. It was so nice seeing you and hearing you. And thank you also to Dr. Richter for this important input, because the government has a very interesting role and a role which is very important for the further advancement of AI. Before going to the next panel, I just want to say kind of a little story. Why does the European AI Forum exist? And it is so much fun being here in Brussels, because the first kind of initiation of the European AI Forum took place in Brussels, because later in the panel, Mislav from Crow AI will be there, and we had a quite fantastic conference there where we were sitting together with the policy leads of Apple, Google, Amazon, and stuff like that. And after this, we went out and said, well, perhaps we should do our own thing. So I'm so happy that Mislav will be there later. And if Mislav can hear me, Carlo Wessler also knew the story already from you. So this is interesting. So I'm really looking forward to the next panel, which is moderated by our good friends from Crow AI and AI Austria, Jan and Clemens. So Clemens is there, and now I'm going there because, you know, the StreamYard does things, it does. So guys, I'm really looking forward to the panel about the AI regulatory sandboxes from theory to reality. The floor is yours, my friend.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Daniel. Always a pleasure being announced by you. A pleasure and an honor, if I may add. So everybody, welcome to the third panel at the third European AI Forum. My name is Jan Stedel from the Croatian AI Association, Crow AI, and here with me is Mr. Clemens, who you got to meet sometime earlier. But Clemens, please introduce yourself as well.
Yeah, just for those of you that tuned in now, I'm Clemens Wassner. I'm the current chairperson and one of the co-founders of AI Austria.
Last topic for today is AI regulatory sandboxes from theory to reality. And
exactly.
Whenever the topic of Yeah, please.
Yeah, I mean, you heard the topic of regulation and sandboxes very often today. It actually became quite a typical EU thing that whenever regulation is mentioned, sandboxes are immediately presented as a solution.
Exactly. So let's use the next 60 or so minutes to have a look at what's working, what's there already, what are some of the experiences from the people that already started some of the initiatives. We all know that the regulatory sandboxes have been included in the new proposal of the EU AI regulation. So let's just see if we can kind of dig into this topic and see what works, what doesn't work, maybe identify some good recipes, and then be able to take the next step in our discussions with the European Union and the Commission, as we usually do when we represent the voice of our AI entrepreneurs EU-wide. How do we present the panelists, Clemens?
Yeah, with regard to timekeeping and to make sure that the panelists are presented in the correct way, we let the panelists present themselves. So we will now move the panelists one by one to the stage, and each of them will give a brief introduction, followed by an introduction statement as well, or let's say initial statement. So following from A to Z on the last names, I first welcome with us Corinna Apashit from continental Germany.
Yeah, hello everybody. That's myself.
Hello, Corinna. Yes,
Hi, Clemens.
we hear
Hi,
you
Jan.
loud and clear. Yeah.
Super. That's the plan. So I'm Corinna Apachite. My name is Romanian one. I'm living and working currently in Frankfurt, leading the Department for Artificial Intelligence at the Continental TVS in automotive technologies. We are working on applying AI for autonomous driving for mobile robots. Aspects like sandboxing and real labs are very relevant for us, are very active in this direction as well. And we are working also on in-cabin monitoring, where maybe the regulations are not yet so prohibiting. Yeah, very happy to be today part of the panel, and very curious to have the exchange with you all. Thank you very much for having me with you.
Thank you, Corinna. Next, in alphabetical order, is Mr. Daniel Avdagic, the Managing Director of AV Living Labs from Slovenia. Is Daniel with us? Maybe not yet. Okay, let's
skip. He has
skip.
some technical problems.
Of course. Silvia Ileva, Director of Gate AI, Sofia University, AI Bulgaria. Silvia, are you with us? Could you please present yourself shortly?
Yes. Hello everyone. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for being part of this session, this interesting discussion today. So I'm Director of Gate Institute in Sofia, Bulgaria. And GATE is a purpose-built institute. It is established in 2019 within Sofia University, and it is joint initiative with Chalmers Institute of Technology and Chalmers Institute from Sweden. And our mission is to conduct big data and AI applied research, to develop innovations, and to provide education in collaboration with the government, industry, and entrepreneurship. So based on this, we are supposed to generate educated professionals to create new business opportunities and societal impact in Bulgaria and Europe. So we are covering the full big data value chain, the data management, data analytics, data insight, big data engineering, and we are a multidisciplinary institute. We are covering domains like future city, digital health, smart industry, and intelligent government.
Great, thank you very much, Silvia. Next is Mr. Mislav Malenica, the CEO of an AI startup called Mindsmiths from Croatia.
Hi everyone, so I'm Mislav Malenica, I'm CEO and founder of Mindsmiths, and I'm also the president of Croatian AI Association. So I'm basically here because I strongly believe that startups are the vehicles of innovation and that we need to make sure that we create like the right environment for startups in Europe.
Great, Mislav. Thank you very much for this short intro. And then next in line, Nicolas Meric, CEO of DreamQuark, also a fintech startup, or maybe it already grew into some sort of scale-up, not so young and early. Nicolas, glad to have you here.
Glad to be with you today as well. So thank you very much. I'm Nicolas Meric from France. I work in a startup called DreamQuark, and at DreamQuark, we help waste managers leverage artificial intelligence to be able to provide hyper-personalized insight to their customers. We have a 3-pillar solution. First is some of our customer data platform that enable our customer to connect their data internally with external data, and to have a way to also ingest external models that bring your own model facilities that enable them to work on aggregated data. On top of that customer data platform, we have a solution called Brain, which is our flagship product, and enable our customer to take this data from the customer data platform, create artificial intelligence models that are explainable, and then deploy these models in production in the cloud or on-premise, to then be able to monitor this model and make sure that at every moment these models are performing. And the last pillar of our offering is a cockpit for waste managers, advisors in life insurance and banking, that enable these advisors to have, through that cockpit, different recommendations on what are the next best product to recommend to their customers, but also different alerts on portfolio monitoring, for example, or churn, and that enables them to be able to better serve their customers and to grow IUM, asset under management, for the bank or insurance companies. And DreamQuark, since the start, is an ethical AI company. I'm working also with Francia, where I represent Europe, where I represent them on the European scene, Francia being the French AI Association, and at the same time I'm a representative of the Paris Europlace, which is an association that represents the interest of the financial scene in France. And obviously, with this new regulation incoming, the topic of regulatory sandbox is really important, and I will give you my view and the view of the French ecosystem. So thank you.
So thank you, Nicolas. So now Daniel Avkacic from AI Living Labs is joining us from Slovenia, so we could sort out the technical difficulties.
Yes, thank you.
Perfect. Hello.
It's great to be with you. So my name is Daniel Avkacic. I am from AV Living Lab. AV stands for Autonomous Vehicles Living Lab, and we are privately owned urban mobility testbed, where everything is data-driven, data coming from visitors. So we have 21 million visitors in our city lab or living lab. Imagine an airport of 20 million visitors, and what can you test and co-develop together with in human-centric environment. Second, data are coming from our infrastructure. So we are basically the owner of entire physical and digital infrastructure. So all IoT communication except mobile networks like private 5G, all others like LoRa narrowband, Wi-Fi is operated and managed by us. Plus, we also have the physical infrastructure, building, parkings, road infrastructure. So in 2018, we started with testing with autonomous vehicles. Now we are moving also to urban air mobility. Related to AI, we were testing applications based on facial recognition for payments. This was a project Pay with a Smile, but also mood detection and then some kind of recommendation of activities. Second thing is with the weather companies, we were working on customizing the customer experience by using the AI, because based on the weather information, there is so much data coming and you need to process, and we were using the advanced mathematical algorithms to do that. And also our test bed is great for public acceptance. So AI is already around us. Each time we are, searching the internet, we are entering into different ecosystems of different providers, and they're using the AI to help us navigate. But as well, what we do in our test bed is basically working on public acceptance, working with government officials and different agencies on the privacy, GDPR, and what we see lack of, and I would like to maybe, in the panel to discuss, is how regulations can be done so that AI will be for good and that will help empower us humans. So AV Living Lab is a city lab, 475,000 square meters. We have 600 shops, 21 million visitors, around 10,000 employees in this environment, and this is an open innovation platform. So thank you from my side for now, and looking forward to the discussion later on.
Thank you very much for this great introduction and also what AI Living Labs is doing. And speaking of autonomous vehicle, last but not least, we welcome Mr. Michael Nikowitz from the Austrian Ministry for Climate and Technology. So, hello, Michael.
Hello, and thank you very much for the invitation to this excellent conference. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure being with you today. My name is Michael Nikowitz. I'm coordinator for automated driving at the Austrian Federal Ministry for Climate Action, Environment, Energy, Mobility, Innovation and Technology, which is quite a long name for a huge ministry, but we are covering all the kind of stuff besides technological development, also societal aspects, like Daniel mentioned before. However, I'm a technician, so I've started mechatronics and robotics. And since 2016, I'm coordinator for automated driving at the ministry, which means I'm in charge and responsible for all strategic developments, for funding instruments, legal issues, and as well as the physical and digital infrastructure. Automated or even autonomous driving has the potential to improve our existing ecosystem. But as we know today, this won't happen automatically. So we have to steer and we have to control, and we have to ensure that we will have more advantages than disadvantages. With other words, we talk about the implementation of, let's say, new disruptive technology within an existing ecosystem, which is mainly based and driven and triggered by analog technologies, laws, and regulations, which might have been established decades ago. And I think that's the huge challenge, and therefore we need new kind of trials, new kind of test methods, like regulatory sandboxes, like test environments and test beds. And I'm happy to tell you that we also have at least 2 test environments for automated vehicles on the Austrian side at Styria, but also in Upper Austria. We have test environments for drones and another one for trains, for automated trains. And I'm more than happy to share some thoughts and visions together with you. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. So as you can see, in order to get a holistic view on this really interesting topic of AI regulatory sandboxes, we really tried hard to get panelists from industry, government, academia, and the startup world. And maybe we should kick this panel off with even asking the question, what is the fuss about AI regulatory sandboxes? And for that matter, I'd like to talk to Mr. Malenica first. As a president of the Croatian AI Association, you were very vocal about it in the comments you made on the European white paper that preceded the AI regulation draft. You also pointed out the necessity of introducing AI regulatory sandboxes in order to allow innovation in the AI field. Could you share your view on how you see it, being a startup owner and founder, and also the president of an association that represents startups from Croatia?
Thank you, Jan. So I'll start maybe with one of the basic principles of startup entrepreneurship. So it says something like, don't start your startup in a country where you cannot develop and test your product and find a first client. And when we're talking about the AI, and especially certain applications that we think that maybe they are high-risk applications, it's almost impossible in many areas to do such a thing in Europe. And the whole idea why we're pushing for this idea of sandboxes is not to actually to create like more burden and more administration. It's just to actually to make a difference between two phases of AI innovation. The first phase is like incubation phase. And in the incubation phase, we should not imagine like a really big corporation trying to develop something. We need to imagine like two students trying to build something. And if we cannot create simple rules for these students, and if they cannot actually satisfy these simple rules in a day or in a week, then basically we did nothing. And the whole idea of is actually how to help these students, how to help these startups who are starting to feel safe to innovate in Europe. And we can say that if people are very young and they're very naive, that they'll think, okay, there is a plan. Once when you develop something, how it will be, how you'll be able to access the market and so on. But I would say after like 13 years of like startup experience, I would just say that there is no plan. And in many of these situations, it's just much better to go to US and to innovate there. And I would really love to change that. And to me, a lot of these things that we are talking about, they're just too complicated for startups. They just sound like blah, 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 blah. And if people cannot get what are the rules, how they actually can safely innovate, they won't follow that. And we won't be actually fostering a new generation of innovators here. We won't create like new unicorns and so on. So the whole idea with, I would say that right now, no one knows what a sandbox or AI sandbox in Europe is. And I would love us to find a very simple formula that will be super flexible, very easy to understand. That will just say, if you're testing, building something, we have very simple rules for you, and then it will grow bigger and there will be much more money in it. Then you will need to follow much stricter regulation.
Thank you very much. Obviously very important from the startups view. Gate
Okay.
AI has also identified that.
Okay, there seems to be a technical hiccup. I think this question would, when I hear Gate AI, I immediately think of Silvia. So,
do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Just Jan had the hiccup, but you know, that's the proof we're live. Yeah, please, could you provide us some insights? Where does Gate AI stand currently in the process of regulatory sandboxes? What has been done until now? And yeah, what is your general approach towards the topic?
Yes, so Gate AI, we realized the importance of data for AI, and we need data sharing and from different stakeholders in order to get the added value and get innovations from different data. And we need to help different stakeholders in Bulgaria for data sharing in a standardized way, enabling data sovereignty, privacy, security, and trust. And for this purpose, we are member of International Data Space Association and become a Bulgarian International Data Space Association hub facilitator. And our role is to advise different SMEs and other organizations on how to innovate and from the data they have by sharing them with different other organizations, and to help them also technically to realize this potential and help them in a process to create this. So this is our first step. And next, we are part of the consortium which was approved nationally and we are now applying as European Digital Innovation Hub in big data, HPC, and artificial intelligence, where within this Digital Innovation Hub will provide services to different SMEs in Bulgaria. And now, because we are in a process of establishing our infrastructure, we are digging our new building. And meanwhile, we are creating our City Living Lab, which is designed to collect real-time data on the environment, street traffic, mobility, cadastral data, which are needed for modeling processes and objects in the city. In Sofia. So it will be built in Sofia, in a small part of the city. And the purpose of this lab is to build a digital model that provides a software-safe environment for design, experimentation, analysis of these urban processes and urban planning. So the data collected from the sensors within the laboratory will be shared through the application, through different interfaces, and will allow easy access to the stakeholders, different high-tech companies, to build solutions for the city, which are building solutions for the city, municipal administration, small businesses, which we are already cooperating with. And this will allow them to develop and to offer new applications for citizens, also to test and experiment and demonstrate different solutions. So this lab will be open for our stakeholders to test their IoT infrastructure, and they will rely on our connectivity of the lab and the data which we'll share with them. So we see us as such initiator and catalysator together with AI Cluster Bulgaria, which are very active in the ecosystem, to start implementing first sandboxes in Bulgaria. And also from from Sofia municipality, there are some already activities and vision for implementation of sandboxes until 2023, and they are establishing now and discussing different procedures. There are some focus groups and people working on this to facilitate the implementation of this. So in Bulgaria, we realize the importance of sandboxes, and we are in our first steps to implement this in different fields.
Thank you very much for providing this in-depth look where you stand at the moment, and also the context with SMEs and the European Digital Innovation Hubs, which were also mentioned previously today already. Yeah, I mean, for next, we would like to go a little bit in the topic of the automotive industry, and more specifically on autonomous driving. Because when talking about regulatory sandboxes, I think most people envision that this is either something purely digital, or that it has to come from the finance world or from the biotech world. Whereas if we look at it in reality, this living labs, or let's say testing under real world conditions, you have in the automotive industry since ages, and I think most prominently at the moment for autonomous driving. So here we also have quite some people with an automotive background today. And my first question I would like to address to Michael Nikowitz. You mentioned in your intro statement that you already have 2 test tracks up and running for passenger cars and for, let's say, trucks. Could you provide us some insight? How long did it take to set this up? How does the setup look like with participants from the public side and private side, and how does the stakeholder management work for such a big undertaking?
Sure, thank you for the question. We started back in 2016, where we established a kind of regulatory sandbox, which is our Automated Driving Act. So we defined specific use cases and criteria under which testing companies, institutes are allowed to test their technological developments on public roads within a limited area and covering a limited time frame. And since 2016, it's possible to test highway pilots, autonomous shuttles, military machines, and other stuff on public roads. This is one part of the game. On the other side, we have the mentioned test environments and test beds, which is ArtLab in Styria for automated passenger vehicles, and Digitrans in Upper Austria for automated freight logistics solutions. And there you can test on closed loops, you can test hardware in the loop, software in the loop, you can come up with simulations, digital twins, interaction with other users, and so on and so on. But they go hand in hand with each other, which means you asked me about the time frame and maybe key highlights. I would say for the regulatory sandbox, which means the Automated Driving Act, this took us half of a year by involving all stakeholders. The buildup of the test environments, or to establish the test environments, took us at least 1.5 years each. But it's important to know that this is not a closed process. So this, as you already mentioned, it's a living lab, it's a living process. And the information gained by test environments and test beds are, let's say, steering the Automated Driving Act. Right now, we are working on the amendment of the existing Driving Act, but it's not so easy like it was a few years ago, because nowadays we talk about self-driving vehicles driven by remote control without any human being in the loop, for example, or steered by artificial intelligence. And that's tricky in comparison to what we have done a few years ago. But I would say how it worked in Austria, we started with formulation of goals and developing of indicators. So we defined and we decided that we want to enable to test new technology developments and business models in real world on public roads. But we also wanted to liberalize legislation on a trial base and develop it further. Second step, we had to identify the stakeholders. So we had to identify who are the forerunners, who are the active and passive ones. That we realized, don't forget about local authorities, don't forget about citizens, about society. This is something like I realize when we talk about technological development, we only think about technological stakeholders, much more about society, and we shouldn't forget about that. Then it was all about networks. So we had to come up with new networks for the freight logistic industry, as well as for the passenger vehicle industry. We had to come up with advisory boards for legal issues, for ethical issues, for technological issues. We had to identify legal obstacles, which is not that easy, I can tell you. For example, if you would like to operate an autonomous shuttle, in terms of mobility as a service, it's not allowed to stop everywhere in the country. You're only allowed to stop where there is a dedicated bus stop. So you have to change Motor Vehicle Act, traffic regulation, and so on and so on. And I think the two most important points are that we realized it's an ongoing process. So it's not like we're finished the buildup of the test environment, as this will never be done because of physical, digital infrastructure, because we realized there has to be more and more test scenarios. So it's a living process. And I think one of the most important experiences was that you need the right time and the right place. Back in 2016, there was a huge hype for autonomous driving. Strong commitment by Commission, by local authorities, by industrial companies. There was the right time to do so, and that's an easy way. Today, I can tell you it's not so easy anymore to come up with a new regulatory sandbox, because nowadays we focus on green mobility, on sustainable mobility, and sustainability, which is no doubt very important, and we all should focus on that. But there is not the strong commitment anymore like we had in the past. But however, I would say with those two test environments and test beds, we're in a good way. We see there is a lot more things to do. And with the new amendment of the existing Automated Driving Act, I'm sure that other countries like Slovenia, but also other companies like Continental are also able to test on public roads in Austria.
So thank you very much. If I may make one very small follow-up question, because if we talk about autonomous driving in the US context, we think about companies like Uber or like companies like Zoox, which got bought by Amazon. So it's mostly a startup topic. probably with the exception of Tesla. Whereas in Europe, you immediately think of the large incumbents. We know them, Volvo, Daimler, and so on. What are, let's say, the smaller participants in these sandboxes that you just mentioned? Are there also startups inside, or does this happen on the level of, let's say, research institutions like these Comet centers that you have in Austria?
Very, very good question. Yeah, there are also startups, especially dealing with artificial intelligence or dealing with control measures, like if the car acted in the right way or not. There are a lot of scientific institutes, and we see that currently the supplying industry is getting more and more involved. So it's not all about the original car manufacturer, but it's much more about the supplying industry, developing of sensor technology, artificial intelligence, and so on.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, this sounds like a very Austrian answer, because Austria is strong in the supplier sector on the automotive side. Next, and speaking of suppliers, the perfect ramp up for Corinna. Could you share some insights how Continental is approaching the topic of sandboxes, or specifically in the context of driving, or let's say testing autonomous vehicles? And the additional question would be, do you see this as an advantage for a country like Austria, or let's say a living lab like Slovenia, or is this something where Continental expects similar environments to be available in each country, so it doesn't really affect where you test, for example?
Yeah, so thank you very much for the question. I didn't spend enough time, probably, or I didn't introduce exhaustively my company during the presentation. Continental is an automotive supplier as well, present in more than 100 countries worldwide. And we, of course, take advantage of this global presence in order to decide in which country, in which location shall we do what. The good thing with autonomous driving is that it does not come at once. So there are different stages of automation, starting with level 3 of automation, partly automated driving functions, highly automated driving function, and then fully automated driving functions. And we are working on this topic since years, and can use the experience and also the test benches, the real labors which we used in the past, also for the purpose of autonomous driving. Maybe I can share with you the experience from Hamburg, where we are present with our automated urban driving solution, also from Berlin, where we are present with our mobile robots, which are also an example of autonomous driving vehicles, and Singapore. And I'll start with Singapore the other way around. We got there last year kind of certificate and homologation to be allowed to operate this and further test the robots on public streets. And this helps a lot to close the gap, which is between operating excellent in experimental environments and operating safe and reliable in open world scenarios, what our streets are. And this gap is what we are working, or closing the gap is what we are working together within Continental, and also together with different partners. And these partners became very diverse in the area of AI and autonomous driving, as already mentioned by Michael. We have to work with public authorities, with governments, with society, with our customers, with automotive manufacturers, and to involve them from the very beginning in the development. And this is also a great part, a great aspect of the technology. We are brought together by the technology. It's a very nice consequence, so to say, or side effect of all these technological developments. About real labo and sandboxing. So another important aspect of autonomous driving and artificial intelligence is trust. How can we raise trust on our customer side, in the society, if the people do not have the chance to experience what we are speaking about. We, the engineers, the AI engineers who are excited about these technologies, nobody shall convince us that this shall come. So this is what we are dreaming of and working since years, decades on. But how can we transfer and make the people also aware of the benefits of an autonomous driving car? And we need such real labors. We need real streets we can test and operate, and also give the people the possibility to have direct experience with this kind of vehicles. I mentioned also Berlin. We will be there with 2 projects at least for the beginning. 70 June Street, which is also a fully digitalized street with a lot of sensors, and we want to see how the infrastructure, the vehicles with different degrees of automation can learn from each other, improve the autonomous driving functions, and increase the reliability of those. What I want also to mention is the importance of corner cases. We are aware that the situations in traffic which occur very seldom are the most important, most relevant. We have to test, validate, and see how our automated driving functions behave also in such situation. But we can imagine how difficult it is to catch such a corner case. And here we definitely see that only a collective effort will help us to create a data platform where everybody can contribute with corner cases from Austria, from Slovenia, from Croatia, from everywhere in the world, in order to reach together this 100% safety for autonomous driving and bring them on real streets. So long story, and hopefully with some answers in it.
Yeah. Thanks a lot. I especially like that you showed the different activities you said in different countries depending on the regulatory environment and then your peer group. Coming from the government side and the huge tier 1 supplier side. So last but not least, I would like to ask Daniel from Living Labs. We just now heard homologation. Are you also handing out certifications or something similar in AI Living Labs for the participating companies? You're muted. It's the sentence of the year 2020.
Yeah. Great, thank you. So basically in our city lab, I would maybe a little bit highlight the whole environment. So on the governmental level, basically Slovenia, Austria, and Hungary, signed an agreement for cross-border autonomous driving testing, where also the important role has telecommunication like 5G, handover of the sessions and traffic signs and different regulations in the countries. Second thing is that there are around Europe many living labs. So it's couple of thousands of them, and also in Slovenia we have them a lot. Also Port of Koper is a living lab for autonomous moving pods, and using the 5G private network and so on. In the case of AV Living Lab, we are part of Ljubljana. So on the city level of Ljubljana, we have data lake, and cities around Europe are now building data lakes. So we have API dashboard where we bring together all the public transport data, then parking data, then traffic movements with counters data, also from all sharings like bike sharings, scooter sharings, car sharings, then from charging. So there is a lot of data, and this is for the use for startups, incumbents, different research organizations to figure out new ways to make moving more accessible and more affordable for citizens. Going to our environment, we are not a test bed in terms that you could be testing various things in the way that you could get certificate, but we are co-founded by Automotive Association of Slovenia, who is partnering with FIA, DECRA, and other test beds around Europe. And there is a discussion how to standardize the procedures so that we could, from different bands, measure, the braking, acceleration, computer vision, and so on, to make some kind of standard and to be able to certify. So we are, let's call it, a member of that discussion, but we don't have this implemented yet. Then on the topic of trust, this is very important. So we accept only those proof of concepts where it's human-centric, and we will not misuse the trust of the citizens. So we are not US or China, so we always follow strict regulation framework. But what we see is that we are the sandbox where implementation is happening for last 3 years. We did more than 30 projects. And what we found out is that when you are doing implementation, usually implementation is cross-industry. It's smart energy, smart city, so infrastructure, vehicles, and users. Then a lot of bottlenecks are coming up that needs to be resolved. So implementation, interoperability, multimodality, sustainability, these are all the topics that we are working. And while we are doing that, we are gaining public acceptance, social embracement for these new technologies. And I will give you an example. We did a survey before and after. And before, people were skeptical and a little bit worried driving with autonomous shuttle. After, completely other results. So how we do that? We have different approaches. One is, of course, interviews, focus groups, but lately we are using also our digital twin. So you are sitting in the simulator. We are gathering the data from the pedals, steering wheels, eye tracker, wearables, and we are collecting this biometrical data and the data from mechatronics and electronics by using the advanced algorithms that we were working on them for more than 6 years in partnership with Stanford University. And by doing that, we are then doing different kind of reports. And one is driver evaluation, but also how to influence, the behavior. So what we see is that if you are working on a product, it's fine, you can do it on your factory backyard. But if you are working on services, and now we are coming to services kind of era, digital economy, sharing economy, then you should find really a closest living lab, city lab, engage with the humans and try, to implement, because then the real questions are coming up. And have in mind not to misuse the trust. And then results will improve your products. We did this for, like US-based companies like Google already were partnering with us, but also European like Daimler, Magna, Hela, then Japanese Toyota. So they are coming to those environments like ours. And yes, I heard, the invitation to join the Austria. Yes, Slovenia has a challenge with legislation. So our University of Maribor is discussing with Technical University of Graz, and this partnership could happen soon also in this topic, so that we will do testing also in other test beds and sharing information. So thank you, Michael, for highlighting this.
Great, thank you very much. Daniel, if I may ask a few questions. So the new proposed AI regulation, as you know, places the applications of AI in different categories. High-risk category requests and asks and seeks for some sort of certification, some sort of proof that the AI product or service has been tested in real-life applications and that no harm has been done, amongst other instruments of insurance. Does your company, your institution, provide some sort of certification that could go along those lines? Do you see an opportunity for AV Living Labs in terms of the new AI regulation, or what are some of the plans for your future, other than, of course, networking with other similar organizations, as you just pointed out?
Yeah, so we are doing that, but we are not providing certificate for that. We are under NDA, so we partner with industry partner, like the biggest Hungarian bank for facial recognition, and they are our client, and we improve their product that would soon enter the market. So this is our role. But for certification process, we are interested, but we cannot be a lead partner. We can be, a member. So that's why we are open for partnerships, because for certification, of course, there needs to be a standardization methodology needs to be in place, which should be, discussed with multiple stakeholders. So it's not that one company can resolve this question. I think a broader European coalition should be made, and AV Living Lab can be one of the stakeholders in that discussion. I hope that I answered the question.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, there are no correct answers at this time because nobody really knows how all of this is going to develop. All we know, and we heard the voice from the startups already, everybody is very much for it. I think what you are now doing in many different testing labs all around the EU are doing a great job in allowing startups and also mature companies to test their products, to improve their solutions, get to some sort of real life testing possibilities. But again, like if we talk about the regulation and if we talk about applications of AI in healthcare or in finance or in many other fields where it now has been placed under the high risk category, it is still a huge question. Does it really make sense for a startup to even go in that field? Or even if they want to go, should they stay or not stay in the EU? And we heard a lot about...
Maybe if I may add, we will hear more and more the term governmental lab as well. So what that means? So in April, we had, we are also outdoor living lab. So we have outside, the gathering of our law enforcement department, our court department, our forensics. And the topic was also private detectives and a lawyer association. And the topic was, in case of accidents with autonomous vehicle, who can access the data? Is this, human error or this is like a machine error, and whose is responsibility and liability? Also, insurances were present. And this kind of discussion is very important because we have different views and perspectives. So what we see is that each country is struggling with, regulation for level 4, level 5. And what we need to do is really encourage more partnership and more collaboration in these terms. And also in the future, you will hear more and more governmental lab kind of topics. And this could evolve into some kind of standardization body, like some kind of ISO standard for this topic. And but we need more examples, more testing, so that we could create methodology that would be applicable for more countries to follow.
Thank you very much. I think we will come back, and I'm very interested in understanding how AIV Living Labs, what are some of the preconditions that you had to take? You just mentioned that. Do you have an insurance partner covering any potential damage going? How many instances you had to kind of get into this whole network to be able to provide the services that you are currently providing? But I think, as Clemens mentioned in the beginning, obviously the very strong, the very rich, the very influential industries like the automotive industry is pushing for testing being done within EU because of the high importance of this industry for the whole European Union. And I think like the next industry that we hear a lot in the context of regulatory sandboxes is definitely the fintech industry. We hear about Malta's AI regulatory sandboxes for the fintech industry, and also I think Austria also has some of them. My question would be towards Nicolas. So what are some of your experiences and proven recipes that you think should be highlighted in regards to AI regulatory sandboxes, being a startup in the field of fintech? How do you look at that? You know that the financial services and advisement has now under this new draft been also placed as high risk applications of AI. Just wanted to hear your thoughts on that.
Yes, so definitely financial services use regulatory sandbox a lot, and there are multiple white papers from public authorities in financial services In France, for example, there is the ACPR. In UK, the FCA that speak about regulatory sandboxes as a way to foster innovation in the field of fintech and encouraging the development of new business models from fintech. The difficulty, so the sector of financial services is highly regulated. The reason is that we have in mind the protection of the consumers. There is, for example, this protection when someone gets a credit. There is this protection when someone invests. And all the time we think about what is the best interest for the consumers that get a financial product. There are multiple regulations. We have, for example, DDA. There is Solvency II. There is Basel. There is MiFID II. There is PRIPS. So there are multiple regulations that are encouraging a company to develop ways to meet this regulation. There are different levels on the regulation, and what we see, for example, on the DDA, which is a regulation for the distribution of insurance products, we see that some levels of this regulation are not yet deployed in companies, and there are like a reflection from the regulators on how to make sure that the company can be fully compliant with this regulation. Also, on top of that, there is a regulation on anti-money laundering, for example, where banks, as they are making financial transaction, transferring money from inside EU, but also outside EU, they need to make sure that they control every single transaction, and that can be really cumbersome for new providers. So you have a lot of elements that can prevent the deployment and the development of new business models, because this new business model needs to meet each of these constraints from all the different regulations are highlighted. And now with the AI regulation that has been presented by the European Commission, there is, for example, two, I would say, applications where financial services are concerned. The first one is assessing the creditworthiness of consumers, which is considered as high risk. And I would say that the second is the biometric application. And biometric identification, for example, is something that is used by some fintechs. You have some application where just by taking a picture of a video of yourself coming with a sentence, you are able to identify yourself, and therefore making sure that you are identified as a primary beneficiary of the service, and then all the KYC, know your customer, is done based on that information. So biometric identification will be constrained by this new regulation, and as I said, the creditworthiness assessment application will be also constrained because there are two, both of them considered high risk. So right now, there are a lot of discussion in the financial services about this new regulation because there are some concerns on how it will be applied. There are some concerns on definitions, for example, and obviously there are discussion about these regulatory sandboxes. I would say that as a fintech, I've been working with firms, for example, on the anti-money laundering detection application, where you have a list of alerts. So there are you screen a customer, you screen the transaction of these customers, and right now you have systems that raise alerts. So there are rules that are implemented. You may have hundreds of different rules that are combined in order to be able to identify in every scenario that are considered as potentially risky. So through that rules, you say that transaction pass this scenario and this scenario and this scenario. So potentially that is related to money laundering. So you need to investigate more in detail that transaction. That's something that where banks, for example, want to use AI, because rather than having multiple rules that are really complex to implement, you replace that by one machine learning algorithm that is really quick to train, and you can replace and be even better than these rules, and therefore reduce the time spent by human people to investigate all that. That's something really difficult to move in production right now, because most of the time the algorithm doesn't completely meet all these constraints, and therefore that's difficult for banks to move these to production. So that's an example where having a regulatory sandbox, you could have the development of this algorithm, have access to data from potentially multiple banks in order to create a new application that could be then deployed across different banks or across different providers. So when I look at that type of application, and I will come to another type of application, obviously the key element is to have access from multiple data, because what you don't want is to create one specific algorithm that will be really specific to only one actor, but you want to really have some genericity in order to have something that can be replicated, resell multiple times. So having access to the data is key. The second is being able to move to a phase where you have longer experimentation. And basically, in a lot of companies, there is a proof of concept syndrome, for example, where you develop something, it doesn't completely meet all the requirements. So the proof of concept is stopped because there is some fear that there may be a regulatory problem if it is deployed. So you need to also have a way to ensure that this company can iterate. So take a first version which is not perfect, and now with new techniques, what you do is that you get access to new data. So continuously you retrain your model, or you continue to learn, and through learning from multiple new interaction, you are able to come with a better algorithm, not after 3 months, for example, but a couple of months later, a year, 2 years. And through that regulatory sandbox, you need to have the possibility to have this long-term implementation, experimentation, so that at the end you come with something that works, while if you just wait for only a couple of weeks or a couple of months, it may be more difficult to meet all the constraints. The last element, I would say on that use case, the last element is that you need to be able to react to new cases, because sometimes you have a new scenario that never occurred, and that scenario occurs, and maybe your algorithm has never seen the scenario because it never occurs, so it actually never seen that scenario. And that's a type of case where you may have a really perfect algorithm that meets all the other scenario, but I've never seen that scenario, and therefore would not be compliant. So you need to also have a way to protect the experimentation if such a scenario occurs without having a fine. So the other use case I would say is customer facing. One use case is robo advisory, for example, where you have different products that are being recommended to consumers. I would say that robo advisor is a really promising use case, but now it's only used for really specific products, not all the investment products that are present on the market. So the use case is not really interesting for final consumers, because they can't trade all the equities they want. They can't have access to all the breadth of products that can be available through a standard bank offering. And that's something where regulatory sandbox could be used, where you could have these new robo-advisors that are presented to customers with a bigger breadth of product, and you would iterate on making sure that the recommendation which I presented, for example, DDA or MiFID II, which are really known by the financial sectors, are progressively implemented while the consumer are getting access to product. One case where it may be difficult is that when you recommend a product, investment product, for example, a really complex investment product, you have a risk, you have a document associated to that product, and consumers that have access to that product need to fill what we call an investor profile, an investor questionnaire that results in a customer in an investor profile, and you need to make sure that the product you sell could be associated with that investor profile. That may not be easily done with a new generation of recommender system, for example. So you may have products that are recommended to customers that are actually not required, that doesn't meet the requirement of that investor profile. And what you want is to have a mechanism that enable, if, for example, a customer would be really interested in that product that is recommended but would not be allowed otherwise to have access to that product, that the firm doesn't get a fine really directly, so that can iterate and update. So that's the two use cases.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you very much. Nicolas, very, very, very detailed explanation. Thank you. My question goes in the sense that I have a feeling that your startup was kind of from the very beginning on very clear about that you want to provide services in the fintech sector. But usually, as startups are very agile, you may start focusing on your technology and then try to prototype your way and pivot many times until you find an industry where you're really good at or where there's a good fit. Like Mislav, your startup has created AI prototypes in the healthcare sector, fintech, telco, many different industries, many different application forms. So having all of these prototypes tested and certified or innovated within regulatory sandboxes, so would that mean that you would have to go to several different various countries with individual sandboxes, one for fintech, one for healthcare, and one for something else? Or how would you see this whole approach be really kind of a good fit for startups in that sense?
So Jan, I'll actually answer another question. I just have a feeling that like we in Europe are like super efficient in inefficiently supporting startups. And I would say that, for example, in Croatia, if we take a look, we'll see that we have like more hubs, accelerators, entrepreneurship centers who are there to fund startups, give advice, help with everything and so on, that we actually have like promising startups that can actually really change something in the world. And I think that it's all coming from this idea that we are actually covered, and we are covered to take the responsibility, because it's all about freedom and responsibility. I never saw anywhere in the world, and I've spent time both in US and in China, and that innovation happens in a way that someone creates a recipe and then we all follow the recipe. And we are so glad that we have great politicians, great masterminds who know what's the recipe or cookbook for innovation. And then we just follow it, and then we create like hundreds of companies that are super successful. It usually happens that you're just crazy enough actually to persist in your vision and motivation. You're pushing, and if you're lucky enough to find people who are ready to support you in your vision and to take the responsibility if something goes wrong, that they'll actually take the blame or something, then that's what's the real help. And for me, that's the idea of the AI sandbox. It's not about how to create a machinery that won't produce anything. We have many of these machineries with like enormous numbers of like EU funded projects that we are actually producing. It's more about how to free up like young startups when they're starting and give them the idea that they are in a safe environment. I don't feel like I'm in a safe environment. I feel like with all these ideas of regulation, there's always a chance that there will be someone who will just say, oh, you are not following the legislation. You don't have 10 people in your company who are making sure that they're interpreting all the laws and all the things that are happening around you and so on. And it's terrifying. And if you're super young and it never happened to you, then basically you're maybe okay with it in the beginning. And then in 5 years, you'll just realize that you wasted your time. So I think it's more about, it's not in US, it's also not in the whole US the same way. It's like, if you're in Silicon Valley, you'll find that people are really brave there. 13 years ago, I came with like what I thought is like the first legal virtual currency in the world. And they said legal, who cares if it's illegal? First, make millions of people use it, and then we'll sit together and we'll decide, should we make it legal or not? And that simple principle, it makes so much sense. And I'm just hoping that somewhere in Europe, we'll find like a place, a region where people will be brave enough to take responsibility and to say, oh, we are inviting people here to innovate, and we won't burden them with like enormous amounts of papers and everything else. And that's what I'm rooting for, and that's what I'm fighting for. And I just think that everything else is just, we are like creating more work for each other, and it seems like it all makes sense, but in the end, if you see the results, I never saw a successful story from this kind of approach. Oh, okay. That's the other question that you did not ask.
Yeah, I didn't ask for a dose of depression, but thank you for that. My question was actually, if you want to innovate across various industries and sectors, how are then the regulatory sandboxes as they are now envisioned would be helpful? Would it mean for you as a startup to go to Austria to test something in terms of autonomous vehicles, go to Ljubljana for some sort of image recognition certification in the future, or would it be like an individual? What is your view on that?
It's very simple. AI is dangerous if it's touching millions of people at the same time, because if you make a mistake, it will just create too much damage. But if you are starting and you are experimenting and so on, that basically is the same thing. It's just a tool, and it should not be treated in any different way if you're using some kind of other technology. So forcing someone to go from country to country to test something, in my mind, is just stupid. It should be very simple. If the potential harm that you can do is actually limited, and if you're ready to take responsibility for it, do it.
Great, amazing. Clemens, would you like to maybe conclude or wrap up a bit? I think we're already like 66 minutes.
We're way over time, but I mean, first of all, I must thank you, all of you, each of you. We sort of have the luxury problem. I found out that each of you has so much experience that there's also much information to share. I mean, very often you have a panel with 6 people and each of them is saying 3 sentences, but this was fortunately very different with you. Now, I think that what Mislav said in the end is a very nice closing statement. Sandboxes should be simple, approachable, but we should also not forget this is the story of sandboxes is still to be written, not for the automotive sector and drones, but I would say for pretty much everything else. So I would also invite you, if we have similar public consultations like we had with Mr. Kilian Gross, for example, 2 months ago, that some of you also join us. This would be terrific. Yeah, and with that, we would like to conclude the session now. Thanks again, and yeah, hopefully we can meet in real life soon, or very soon, depends. Vaccinated.
Absolutely, Clemens. I think that if one thing this panel actually showed is that AI regulatory sandboxes are a very, very complex topic, and that we should definitely follow up on this. Thank you once again to all the panelists. I'm really, really thankful for all of your inputs here. We will definitely be in touch. And I would like to give the word to the one and only Mr. Daniel Abu, live from Brussels, just to kind of take us to the end of our event, I think.
Thank you so much, and thanks to all the panelists. Thanks, Jan. Thanks, Clemens, for this great moderation. Guys, stay there. Clemens and Jan, and perhaps Millie is also coming there. I want to thank you. I want to thank all the people who joined us, all the panelists from the Commission, from the industry, from science. It was really a great effort these last 5 hours and 8 minutes there. I want to thank Gael and Marlos for assisting me here. Really, it was great collaborating with you and big fun. So please, thank you so much. And it's so nice to see you in real life.
Finally.
yeah, it is really like that.
Great to see you too, and hoping we'll join in Ljubljana when the Slovenian presidency will hand over the presidency of the Council to France, and also hoping to welcome you live in Paris next June, for the 5th European AI Forum.
Yes, and before the 5th is the 4th, but I will just take the time, if you can go back to Zagreb, to Millie and Jan. Just there they are. Hi guys, yeah, perfect. Hey, I wanted to thank you for your moderation, for Gael's moderation with you, Millie, and Jan, you and Marlos, of course, for panel 2 with Jörg. It was great fun that you were there.
Thank you, Daniel, very much for this opportunity again. We are happy to be in this Eurovision setup from Zagreb while you're in Brussels. But we do hope that for our next European AI Forum under the Slovenian presidency, we will all meet in really good epidemiological situations and circumstances in Ljubljana, and that we will all hang out and do a really nice event from there as well. Right, Millie?
Yes, and I think through our 3 panels today, through our special messages, I think we really delved deep into the proposed AI Act. And now that it's here, I think it's becoming a reality. And I think especially what the last panel showed was that the whole question of the sandbox is something that needs a lot of work to be actually determined, and there seems to be a lot of confusion. So I think this is a great opportunity through our forum for us to take this discussion further.
Yes.
No, you're completely right about that, and thank you for all that. And when we are wrapping up, there are a few people I want to thank especially. I want to thank Alex and Julien, our fantastic back office, who did really a great work there. Alex has the Scorsese attitudes in mixing the pictures together and all that. That was really fantastic. And of course, I want Julien, I also mentioned, but also in Paris to Eileen, to Shania and Timo in Berlin, and of course to my dear colleague Vanessa Kahn, who for all the organizational work in the background where we all have so many helping hands in that. That was really great. And of course, I want to thank also Clemens, Piotr, Carlo, Jan, and a special thanks to Mitya, who is in his well-deserved holidays, I think on the Croatian coast. So Mitya, if you can see us, we are really looking forward. We will have dinner now later in a Slovenian restaurant in Brussels to commemorate the presidency there. So this is nice. Clemens, thank you so much for all your input. It was really nice that you attended and all your organizational work as well. And then to say 2 things at last is I want to thank the production company Stream It here in Brussels. So if you have any events here in Brussels, Stream It Studios, they will provide you with the best technique that you can have in Belgium and in Brussels. So that's fantastic. Thank you to Full Circle House here in Brussels for attending us there. Thanks to a Menschen for Medien in Berlin who did the organization of getting this Full Circle House. I'm also very thankful for that. And guys, see you in December in Ljubljana, I would say. In this case, thank you all for attending. Have a great day. Stay safe, stay healthy. Bye-bye, guys.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
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 Bye-bye.